Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us this Monday, February 5th, for our work session of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. I will get us started with our public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please turn off cell phones during the meeting. And I just have two quick announcements before we get started for folks to know that our February 13th meeting has been canceled due to commissioners attending the NACO conference in DC, so we will no longer have that meeting, but we will still have our second regular session meeting later in the month. And then for folks to just be aware, there has been an adjustment to the agenda for item 24-0055 ARPA update is just going to be moved up to before lunch. So folks who would like to participate and listen into that conversation, we will have that before that portion. With that, I will now move us into citizen comments. We have 4 individuals signed up for citizen comments, and so to address, I would like to ask folks to come line up over on this right side where our clerk Monica is. We will start with Heidi Jo Hetland, Christy Clem, and George Robertson, then Robertson, and Amanda Wallace. And each of you will have 2 minutes each. And please, we ask that all speakers refrain from addressing issues related to personnel matters and naming any staff or making any direct comments related to staff. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Jo Hetland. I'm a resident of Durham, and I am a physical therapist in Durham Public Schools. I am one of 1,300 classified workers who have been affected by the recent salary issues. And with this sudden unexplained change in salary schedules, I have dropped from step 33 to step 1. Under the salary plan, I'm not eligible for a raise for approximately 18 years. At that time, I will be in my 70s. With this plan, 2 therapists with less experience earn more than I do, and if I were to remain with DPS, with each year that passes, increasing numbers of less experienced staff will be paid higher wages than me. I and many others in the same position would be foolish to continue working for DPS. I ask of you, where else in Durham County would an employer be allowed to change the salary and qualifying years of experience in their staff overnight, to do so without warning, discussion, or policy? I've come here today to plead for all assistance, intervention, and investigation that is within the power and resources of Durham County Commissioners to prevent a mass exodus of qualified employees who are the backbone of Durham Public School. Students who receive federally mandated special education services will be disproportionately affected by the major staff turnover that is on the horizon, which will include instructional assistants, personal care assistants, nurses, and occupational and physical therapists. DPS has been underfunded and understaffed for years, and now the salary saga is on display in the media daily. No one is going to want to apply to work in DPS. The resignations have already started, and if they continue and escalate, DPS will have dire staffing issues like they have never seen, and quite frankly, from which they may never recover. Now, more than 3 weeks later, we, the affected employees, parents, and Durham taxpayers, do not have any answers on who was involved in this debacle and how it came to be. DPS is having their own attorney rather than a neutral outside firm investigate this matter. Given these unknowns, how can DPS's Board of Education, Superintendent, Head of Human Resources, or the Finance Department possibly be given the task of developing and deciding upon a solution to this crisis? A crisis that some unknown person or persons among them has contributed or created. Was that my time?
Yes. Thank you, Heidi.
Good morning. My name's Christy Clem. I'm also a physical therapist with the Durham Public Schools. I'm one of those colleagues Heidi Jo just spoke about. She's been a licensed therapist 24 years longer than I have, but in just a handful of years, I'm going to pass her in pay. That's obviously going to impact our current salaries, but that's also going to impact our retirement. Durham schools' pay schedules have been lower than market rates for years. The way DPS has been able to get qualified people and somewhat being comparable to surrounding counties is by to honor private sector years of experience when we were hired. Those were the years that DPS said we needed to be offered the positions, and those are the years that made us agree to take the positions knowing that wages in DPS were lower than Wake, Orange, Chapel Hill. Now, overnight, those years are being removed once DPS finally decides to pay a market rate wage. If DPS Board of Education picks either of the current salary options that are on the table to fix this, one of them being do nothing, continue the pay with the inequitable raises and the years being removed, there's going to be more walkouts. There's going to be more days of protest. And that's not about just employees in the pay. That's about the students. The morale in schools is lower than I've ever experienced in any of my workplaces. Employees are mentally, emotionally, and physically fatigued at this point. Employees are going through their own trauma response to this. I mean, you walk into any building right now and the life gets sucked out of you. Durham Schools needs more money to fix this current crisis. They need more money going forward to make it a market wage that's going to get employees to stay. Morale is not going to be fixed overnight. Employees do not trust what we're told right now. And like Heidi Jo said, people are leaving weekly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christy.
Good morning. George Robertson. I'm here to talk about white-collar crimes when there was a committee back in 2020. Commissioner Jacobs, you asked me how did I know about what I knew. 3 weeks prior to the last election in 2020, I was approached by one of my colleagues who was inquiring about who I was going to campaign for. When I alerted to who I was, she said I shouldn't because some things were going to come down. Told me about a lawsuit. I said, are you sure? She said, yes. I said, I don't care. I'm going with who I believe in, Ms. Carter and Commissioner Jacobs. Now, that lie cost this county $375,000 behind a political lie, an attempt to keep power. It's unacceptable for me. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Organization DAS Incorporated. Our retained attorney is retired representative and North Carolina Veteran Administrative Director Larry D. Hall. I am Durham's #1 political pundit, probably North Carolina's biggest. One of the things we're looking at, is white-collar crimes that people get away with on the city council and in county commissioners. And I'm here today to let you know, one, I stand with you, Commissioner Carter. There wasn't racist. You telling him to do his job, get money for those people, for those children in public schools. There's nothing racist about doing your job and you work for the pleasure of the commissioners. There's nothing racist about that at all. But it was hyped up, and I understand why a lot of you voted to pass it on. The reason why Ms. Burns said no to the proposal,
Thank you, Mr.
is because
Robertson.
it's 3 policies for calls for 3. Thank you, County.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
I will be
Amanda
seeking
Wallace?
indictments.
Before my 2 minutes start, isn't the rule 3 minutes? Did y'all change it?
We have usually, it can be between 2 and 3 minutes, and because we have a 6-hour agenda, we are going with 2 minutes today to accommodate the rest of the agenda.
Oh, okay. You ready? All right. So it's the 5th day into Black History Month, and Black children are still being sold for profit by way of the family policing system. You may not have heard of the family policing system, and you may call this system the child welfare system, but the child welfare system exercises the most terrifying power, the power to forcibly remove children from their homes and permanently separate them from their families. Durham County is the second slowest county in North Carolina to reunify families, which shows that right here in this county, with the money approved by this government body, families are being torn apart with no hopes of ever being back together, never having a chance to make memories or pass down their culture. That is the definition of genocide. Based on your answers to the People's Alliance questionnaires, most of you are aware of the problem here in Durham, but are doing nothing to uproot it from the very foundation of our community. If you understood this system's history, you would immediately defund and abolish it, not continue to dump billions of dollars into the modern-day auction block, whose headquarters is at 414 East Main Street. Dr. Charles Nelson, a professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, concluded that the harm of involuntarily separating children from their parents is so overwhelming that if people paid attention at all to the science, they would never do it. Even brief separations change a child's brain chemistry in a way that cannot be undone. The most popular argument against abolition is that, well, what will happen to the children who are being abused? You, Commissioner Burns, spoke to this in your questionnaire and your answer, and you said, I think the sentiments at times for many people in the public of majority is absent of the real context of the level of mutilations, sexual assault, broken bones, and drug uses that our staff sees on a daily basis. As somebody who has been in this system for 10 years and worked in this system, that's not the truth. It's not rooted in any facts. 97% of children who are found to be substantiated is for neglect, and that is based on poverty. It has nothing to do with the idea that this society or even these commissioners believe. Right? And so how do we organize? How do we move forward? We organize
your 2 minutes are over,
this commission. We organize in the community because this government body will never protect our families.
Thank you so much for your comments. That concludes the individuals who have signed up for our citizen comments. We haven't received any comments virtually. So thank you, everyone who has shown up and provided your comments. The commissioners hear them, and we do take them sincerely to heart. And we want to thank also all the individuals who have been emailing us. We are also reading those, and we can't respond to each of those individually, but know that our board and our staff have received them and have been reading them and are working with our colleagues at the school board as best as we can. With that, I will move us into our consent agenda and pass the mic over to our manager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We will begin with consent agenda item 230665, approval of easement agreement, legal description, and dedication plat with City of Durham for a required sidewalk easement necessary for the 300 East Main Street mixed-use development project. Item 2400.
Commissioner Jacobs.
I just had a quick question. Does that mean that there is going to be a covered bus shelter there? Which I don't think there is now, so if there is going to be, that is awesome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for your question. Yes, there is going to be a new bus shelter placed up on Liberty Street to support the affordable housing project. And this is just standard requirement, the site plan requirement that that we got this easement granted before the completion of the project. So,
fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, item 240005. Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00075, Public Health, to recognize $20,000 from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public Health to support the Regional Tobacco-Free Collaborative. 240027, authorize the increase of the owner's construction contingency for the CMAR contract to LaChase Construction by $104,197 to a total construction contract not to exceed amount of $21,068,866 for the 300 East Main Street structured parking deck. Commissioner Jacobs?
I just have a general question, Perry. Since this is a CMAR, construction manager at risk, obviously we enter into these contracts so that we don't have to pay more money down the road, but I understand there are circumstances that come up. Could you just explain a little bit about how this was determined, what extra costs we would pay versus how much that they would absorb?
Certainly. So, again, good morning, Commissioners. When we bring our CMAR contracts or any other general construction contract to the board, we also bring the base bid amount plus contingencies. And so with this one, we fell a little bit short on the contingency, obviously trying to bring the project within budget. The money is available within the overall capital project budget, but we didn't authorize the contractor up to said amount. And so with this one is a little unique. Typically, we have enough funding in the change order approvals not to bring each and every one of these back to you, and that's the normal process. But this one, as you know, with the parking deck, 90% of the construction cost is in the concrete and, associated materials and equipment. And this one, the concrete contractor is Fessler Bowman. And so with this one, you may recall, not to get too in the weeds, but the county constructed a portion of the concrete podium that is to support the affordable housing development. And there was actually a 10-week delay in the startup of the concrete podium due to coordination with Neighboring Concepts, who is the affordable housing designer, and Little, our designer. And so with that 10-week delay, Fessler Bowman had already mobilized equipment. They had rental equipment with Sunbelt and things like that. And so this 10-week delay caused them to have costs borne associated with the rental equipment, general conditions, having their staff on site. And so it's justified that they be paid for this due to that delay. Again, this is $104,000 that they're asking the county to increase the contract by, so we can get this closed out. So, yep.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 240030, approval to enter into a contract with Corvell Enterprise Comp, Inc., Administrator Claims Services for an amount not to exceed $130,000 annually using existing risk management funds. And I will say we were asked to provide a summary of the 3 bids that were received, and so we have given each of the commissioners that summary. Item 240034, approval of a contract with SHI International Corp. In the amount of $280,241.07 for licenses and services for the enterprise agreement with Microsoft for the Durham County Sheriff's Office. 240040, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC00073 to recognize $15,000 from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Farmland Preservation Division to the Soil and Water Conservation Department for the revision of the Durham County Farmland Protection Plan. Commissioner Jacobs?
I just want to say yay and congratulations to all of you for getting this grant and doing this. I mean, 15 years since we last did this, I remember, and yeah, so thank you so much. Congratulations.
Commissioner Houghton, can you move the mic closer to you? Thank you.
Enough. I got a little bit of hoarse here. My question was, I saw it was international company, international corporation.
The SHI for the Microsoft licenses for the Durham County Sheriff's Office. That
So there was nothing local that could be used, we had to use international company?
that I'll ask the someone from the sheriff's office to come up and respond to that. But the question is, was there anyone else available? Was there any other company available to provide this service? The name of the company is SHI International Corp. I don't know where their headquarters, but that's the name.
Yeah, I thought that was just the name.
That's my question. Could you answer that for me?
No. As far as our licenses go, and the county has, that's who that's the company that we both have been dealing with. So is there someone else? No, we don't know. No.
Okay. It's always interesting to see who we're dealing with, whether it's someone local or within North Carolina, or we're dealing with a international company. So that was where my question came from.
This company is U.S. based. They deal on an international scale.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone locally? No. They are part of the North Carolina contract for services. So that's the reason that the county IS&T uses them as well. We follow suit behind them and use them as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just looking from online, it looks like they're headquartered in New Jersey, but they have offices in North Carolina as well, in Charlotte and Durham.
Okay. Thank you all. Item 240042, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00079, recognizing $179,634 from the U.S. Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance, BGA, to the Durham County Sheriff's Office for the 2023 State Criminal Alien Assistance Program.
I just wanted to make a quick comment because this came up during agenda prep. Manager Sewell raised that there was a comment made when we've previously discussed this item about the naming of it, and if there could be an adjustment to the naming. I think it was Commissioner Carter who had raised that. Due to it being a federal grant, they decide the naming of it, and it's not something that we can adjust the terminology of alien, even though we as a board recognize that that is not appropriate terminology to be using, but it's not something that we can adjust.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I would, the language is confusing, and also it seems when I read what it's being used for, it doesn't seem to even be directly connected necessarily to undocumented detainees. But if you could clarify, if somebody from the Office of the Sheriff could clarify what the funding is going to be used for, that would be helpful.
Good morning. Bringing up also Keisha Gaither, our finance manager at Durham County Sheriff's Office. This is a grant authorized by U.S. Congress, and the items that our finance team and our jail staff determined was based upon the factors that U.S. Congress has spelled out in federal legislation, is something that is available to everything from localities all the way through upstate prison systems. And we use it based upon different categories that it can be used for, based upon an analysis and assessment done by the federal government of what funding is available to us. If you have questions about specific things there.
Good morning. So based off a formula that the federal government has laid out, any funds used to house undocumented detainees can be used for specific uses in the correctional facility. So those list of items that are listed in the grant fall up under those grant parameters listed by the federal government.
But maybe I don't know if I'm misinterpreting it. It sounds like they're being used for general purposes, not specifically just for the number of undocumented detainees? And I guess I also have a follow-up question is, how many undocumented detainees do we have on an annual basis?
I can get those numbers for you.
Okay.
As far as the uses, it is the stance of the federal government that any funds that were used to house undocumented detainees could have been used somewhere else within the correctional facility. So those funds that we use to care for those undocumented detainees, we get those back and through that formula, and we can use it for different other purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, item 240044, approval of contract with MedEng LLC in the amount of $37,590 for sole source purchase of EOD 10E bomb suit and helmet for the Durham County Sheriff's Office. Vice Chair Burns?
I just, hey y'all, I guess it's beat up on the brass today, so I'm going to jump in too. Quick question is, I'm thinking about the first tour that I had with Commissioner Lom, and I'm wondering, have we been able, this is auxiliary, have we been able to recruit a woman yet? Hey, how you doing, Major Cody? Are you coming up here to take this hit? I mean, I knew what international meant. I knew what the SCAP grant was, but I remember one of the issues we had with recruiting women, we didn't have a helmet or a suit that could fit a woman, much like NASA. So, can't hold y'all to a much higher standard than NASA, but I am. So who is it going to fit?
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager. So yes, Commissioner Burns, we have a female on the team. Our team is very specific. It's one of 14 teams across the state sanctioned by the FBI. And so we always actively recruit for females and other candidates on our special teams. So this one in particular is a little bit smaller than our other techs. So this suit that comes off of a Homeland Security grant will help provide that equipment to that individual.
That's all I needed to know, because it didn't say that. But I remember that it's been like a process to make sure everybody has what they need, and we train this individual. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It didn't say that.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I just have a follow-up. Reading about these suits, obviously it's really important that people have this protection. Since you all are really providing mutual aid to many counties and have this expertise, do we get any other funding, either from the state related to this, since we're helping out other counties with this service?
I think that's a yes and no answer, right? So when we reach out for other resources across the state, obviously it's contributory, and there's a collaboration there. I think that when we loan our resources out, it's pretty much based on the same. The Department of Homeland Security grant is through what they call Domestic Preparedness Region 4. So it's a grant that is funneled through the federal government to the state to us to provide things like this bomb suit. So they're paying pretty much 98% of the cost of this particular item. So we do have some funding sources that we can tap into to help support the teams. We also tap into the JAG grant as well to help fund some of those things as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major Cody. And I will ask if someone else on this next item from the Sheriff's Office can also come up and give us some explanation on this one. But 240045, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24 BCC 00074, appropriating $110,000 in general fund committed fund balance to increase inmate welfare expenditure authority for the Sheriff's Office. And so we did have a question about how these funds would be used if there is a specific use for which we are asking to increase the inmate welfare expenditure authority.
And to clarify, that was my question that came up during agenda prep. I was just wondering the definition of welfare of can these funds be used for mental health resources or other services like that, or is there a specific definition that they make us use?
It's statutory and contractual. There's a North Carolina General Statute that I can't quote off the top of my head right now that spells out inmate welfare, and how that funding is used is something that is across the industry nationwide. State prisons have them, local jails have them, you have them throughout the nation. So it is authorized through state legislation. Our internal policy at the Sheriff's Office allows the funding to be used for the health, benefit, education, and welfare of our detainees, as well as to augment programs. There are certain things, of course, that the county must provide to run a jail, but it allows for us, if we want to enhance those services beyond what we are regulatory required, what regulations require that we do. Our policy is based off of state law, as well as looking at what industry practices are there. Is contractual in the sense of is that the funding comes from telephone, commissary, tablet, things like that. That funding, when it comes back in, instead of it going into the general fund to basically take the place of what we're required to do, it is used for programmatic reasons. Could it be used for mental health? Yes. That's a very broad definition, health, education, and welfare. It could be used for GED programs, religious services, anything programmatically in the facility, as well as hiring folks to come in to support those programs. Major Spencer can speak more to what we're looking at trying to do.
Good morning. So these funds that we're requesting is to increase the things that we supply for the detainees, and that is to increase the sheets, blankets, all of the day-to-day living things that they need as residents of 219. So that's why we ask for the increase, and that way we don't have to keep coming back when we get low on items, that we'll have this money already available to us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much for that definition.
Righty. Thank you all for that. So next we'll move to 240046, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00076, Public Health, to recognize $222,559 from the NCDHHS Division of Public Health Epidemiology Immunization Branch for the Bridge Access Program. 240058, approval of an interlocal agreement between Central Pines Regional Council, City of Durham, and Durham County for cost sharing of the City of Durham/Durham County bicycle and pedestrian plan in the amount of $24,000. Commissioner Carter.
Well, thank you. I attended the BPAC retreat on Saturday, and I just wanted to express the excitement of this group for this plan that's being developed, the bike and pedestrian plan, and lift up its importance. And I just wanted to mention that.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes, and I also wanted to note that this is the first ever comprehensive plan that the city and the county are doing together for bike and pedestrian resources, and so I also want to lift it up. I do have a question. I was looking at the list of the other plans that will be looked at, and I did not see a reference to the Triangle Bikeways plan and also to Durham County's open space plans, and I want to lift that up because I was glad to see that land use is going to be incorporated into this, and looking at our new comprehensive land use plan. I think that's really important, that we need to be doing more and more of that, linking together transportation and land use. So that's why I want to make sure that we are looking at that as well. So if you could respond to that, Ellen.
Ellen, can you
turn the mic on?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ellen Beckman, Durham County Transportation Director. Certainly we can look at that. we haven't written the contract yet, so there's flexibility still in how we exactly do the plan. So we'll note that.
Okay, great. That's really great. And I noticed that you are going to look at, this will help inform our MTP and, you know, a lot of our other plans as well that are underway. And that you'll be looking at complete streets policies and opportunities to some of the projects that already have been approved for state transportation funding as well.
Yeah. That's one of the critical parts of the plan is to develop a comprehensive network that then gets adopted into the CTP, the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, by the MPO. Because that's the document that NCDOT kind of refers to when they do their complete streets analysis. So. Okay.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your leadership on this and making this happen.
Yeah, we're excited.
Yes.
It'll be a good.
Yes. Thank you.
Process.
Great. Okay, item 240059, FY23 Durham County Transit Progress Report. Item 240061, approval of the fiscal year 24. I'm sorry. You raised your hand.
I did have a quick question for Ellen. I didn't understand what the DGIA modes are. And also, I just want to say kudos to you for this also fantastic annual work plan update. And I was wondering how we could make sure that the community sees this, because this has so much good information in it.
So the item, the FY23 Durham County Transit Progress Report, is our report.
Oh, I'm getting
report.
mixed up. I'm getting mixed up with the next item. So I guess since you're here, sorry, I skipped ahead.
Okay, so can I read that
yes,
one?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So we're talking about 240061, approval of the fiscal year 24 Durham Transit Work Program, Quarter 3 amendment in the amount of $126,254. That's the one?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
So there's these two items. The progress report from FY23, which is an annual report that Go Triangle provides every year. And then this item is the FY24 Quarter 3 amendment, work program amendment that modifies 3 projects. Later today in the afternoon will be a presentation of the 25 draft work program. So is your question about the amendments specifically?
Yes, the one for the city, the DGI modes.
The modems.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, modems, yeah.
Jenny Green is here from the city. She could probably best explain what a digimodem is.
Jennifer Green, City of Durham Transportation. Digimodems are the modems, just like on your computer, that allow the system to see where the buses are located when they're on the street.
Okay, sounds important.
Yeah, they are critical for the operation of the system, and they also provide the Wi-Fi on board the buses.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So that report, does it get sent out like to the PACs and INC, Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, folks like that? How does that get distributed?
The annual report?
Yes.
I'm not sure. It's a Go Triangle. Go Triangle creates it. We post it on our website every year. It's required by our ILA to be presented to the governing board, so that's why it's on your agenda.
Okay.
I'm not sure if y'all sent it more extensively out to more groups, but this is.
Morning, everyone. Stephen Schlossberg. I'm a Tax District Administration and part of Go Triangle. We do put it on the Go Triangle website, and we obviously send it to all the partners. That being said, if there's a desire, we could work with Ellen and obviously the council here to send it to other parties or constituents. I think it's a great report. I think it really tells where the tax district, really where the funds go. But we could definitely work with Ellen and the group on where and who else should see it. But it is posted on the website, and we can make copies if we want nice glossy copies. So definitely.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't think it's enough to just have it sitting on a website. A number of us were in a forum, a PAC 1 forum last week, and that's one of the things that we heard is that people want more information about transportation funding, and so I think sending it directly to the PAC 1 coordinators, the INC, Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, the Durham Committee, the People's Alliance, these are all groups that are working on these issues, would really help, and asking them to then send it out to their members.
Yeah, that would be great. We'll work, like I said, with Ellen for this year and going forward. We'll be very proactive in making sure that everybody has it super early.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Any other questions? All righty. Thanks so much, Ellen. Let's see. Okay, next we have 240063, award contract for Velocity EHS. Item 240064, approval of reallocation of Juvenile Crime Prevention Council JCPC funds in the amount of $105,300 for additional programs. And item 240067, Durham County Matching Grants Program, approval of fiscal year 2023-24 grant cycle in the amount of $100,000. Woo-hoo-hoo, we got some applause. Commissioner Carter.
Yeah, this is a great program. Clearly, I wasn't on the board when it was created 33 years ago, but the people were visionary at the time to create this program and also recognize the importance of our open space and real estate department and the amazing work it does. And I just wanted to thank that group. I see some in the audience. Celeste, I know you're going to be speaking to us. Brendan, thank you for being here. I know you're on the agenda later. And also thanks to the DOS, to the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission, for reviewing the applications. I did have one quick question. I was just surprised there were only 2 applicants. Was that is how anomalous is that, or is that more typical than I'm realizing?
You can turn on your microphone, sorry. There's a button.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the kind words. We did have a 3rd applicant who withdrew their application a few weeks ago. Were not able to continue with their proposed project. So we went back to the other groups who had already been approved by the committee, and they were able to increase the size of their request so that we could use up the grant funding.
Thanks. 2 out 3, so 3 down to 2. Do we often have more, 10, or does it just change from year to year?
It's different every year.
It's variable.
Yes. We've had 10 applicants in a year before, and we have had to turn applicants down in the past.
Right. I was thinking that was the case. Yeah.
Correct. It is different every year.
Okay. Well, these are certainly 2 very worthy applicants, Eno River and El Futuro, who are doing really cool things with their outdoor space. So thanks again. And this is also a program that has a great return on the investment. I think it's about more than 3 to 1, over the life cycle of the grant. So it's fantastic. Y'all do great work. Thank you so much.
So, Madam Chair, that concludes the consent agenda.
Thank you so much, County Manager. That moves us to our other business, which has 3 items that are on a timely manner, so they would require, even though this is a work session, for us to approve them at this work session through a suspension of the rules. I'll read the items and see if there's any questions from anyone regarding these items. 24-0038, approval of the contract with Envirotrol LLC in the amount of $213,971 for the replacement of 2 Camus reheat boilers at the detention center and the authority to execute change orders amendments to the contract as long as funds are available to this in the CIP fund. No, I was asking if there's any questions on this item. Okay, so Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, I mean, I think you explained it, but in here, but the fact that we purchased these 8 years ago, unfortunately, they didn't last very long. Are you feeling confident that we're going to get longer usage out of these? It sounded like there are going to be some differences with these units.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, County Managers, Commissioners. Yeah, they're actually a little more than 8 years old. They were installed in 2011 with the countywide performance contracting. So we've had about 7 good years with them, and then over the last 5 years, we've had continuous issues. The heat exchangers going out. We've tested water to make sure it wasn't the water that was the issue. Yeah, we've put out for bid for a different type of boiler. So yes, we do feel the boilers that we're putting in, they're going to be more efficient and they're going to last longer.
If there's no other questions, we'll go through each of these items one by one, suspending the rules, then entertaining a motion for approval for each one separately. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Madam Chair, so moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Howerton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Rules have been suspended. I will now entertain a motion for approval of 24-0038.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Jacobs, second by Vice Chair Burns. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 24-0038 has been approved. That moves us to our next item of 24-0006, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00077, Public Health to appropriate $283,109.52 of general fund balance to cover an increase in the WellPath Durham County Youth Home contract to enhance staffing. Do you have any questions regarding that item? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Rules have been suspended. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve 24-0006.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 24-0006 is approved unanimously. That moves us to the third and last item of 24-0047, Budget Ordinance Amendment Number 24BCC 00078. You guess shorter numbers. Public Health to appropriate $112,800.33 of general fund balance to cover increases to the current county contract with WellPath to provide comprehensive medical services for inmates in the Durham County Detention Center and residents of the Durham County Youth Home. Any questions?
I make a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay. Moved by...
Wait, I did have one.
Oh, question from Vice Chair Burns.
Don't nobody beat me up. The difference between the two. You see how this one is to increase the current. This one kind of broke it down by the FTEs. What's the big difference between the two? I mean, I'm for it, but can anybody tell me the difference between the two?
Director Jenkins.
Hey, Director Jenkins, how you doing?
Doing well, hope you are.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Rod Jenkins, Public Health Director. Good morning to you, Chair Long, Vice Chair Burns, Commissioners, County Manager, and staff. This increase is a result of the Consumer Price Index. I can assure you that after heavy negotiation and wrangling, we settled on 3%, which is usual and customary. And yes, this is different from the first item.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have a second to
I'll
Commissioner?
second.
Okay.
Yeah.
So motion by Commissioner Howerton, second by Vice Chair Burns. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The rules are suspended. Now I'll entertain a motion to approve 24-0047.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, 24-0047 has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. Now that moves us into our discussion items. And we have a plethora of discussion items. So I'm going to just remind everyone of the times allocated to each discussion item before we get started so that we can move swiftly through them. The first item is Santee Road Park Project presentation. There are 30 minutes allocated for this item, and I believe it's about 20 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for questions. Would that be appropriate? Okay, wonderful.
I'm Celeste Burns. I'm with the Good morning. I'm Celeste Burns. I'm with your Open Space program. Brendan Moore is here with me with our Open Space staff. And Christy with Project Management is here. They're helping us with that project. Okay, I'm going to have to get used to this. And I'm just going to see. Excellent. So I'm going to scoot you in, Brennan. Okay. So our open space staff are responsible for the open space program that was established in 2003 by the board. We work with landowners, nonprofit groups, public entities, and other partners to protect and steward land, natural resources, waterways, and cultural sites. We protect and manage areas for public recreation, which includes parks, natural areas, and nature trails. And we also work with interested landowners to protect land through conservation easements. Our county open space staff currently manage and steward about 4,000 acres of land. This includes almost 1,300 acres that Durham County owns. We hold easements on about 2,600 acres of land, of which about 2,400 acres are working land easements. And right now we have 5 projects in process to protect an additional 245 acres in Durham. Okay. We currently have 4 open to the public nature parks. Little River Regional Park is in the northwest part of the county and is a partnership with Orange County's Parks Department. Hollow Rock Nature Park and the New Hope Bottomlands are further south. Hollow Rock Nature Park is also a partnership with Orange County Parks Department. These parks include about 12 miles of hiking trails and provide access to some beautiful and state-significant natural areas. Now, the Santee Road property is in East Durham and was purchased as part of the implementation of the East Durham Open Space Plan. It provides unique opportunities in East Durham, and the protection of these 268 acres benefits water quality, conserves plant and wildlife habitats, and is an opportunity to provide nature-based public recreation. The site is about 6 miles just east of downtown Durham and about 1.5 miles north of Highway 98. It is a few driving miles from several public schools, the closest being Neal Middle School there on 98. And the land between Falls Lake and the property is owned by the Army Corps, managed by the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, and includes a section of the Mountains to Sea Trail and is accessible from Santee Road. So when we purchased this land, we utilized funding from the City of Raleigh's Watershed Protection Program. So there are some restrictive uses to the property. Stream buffers are protected, impervious surface is limited to 2%, and the majority of the property must remain wooded. However, even with these limitations, that leaves us about 36 acres that can be used for more developed recreational facilities and amenities. This site provides an opportunity to create a welcoming and unique outdoor nature experience that could include hiking and walking trails, camping, provide space for nature-based outdoor education. The site is a great place to model environmentally progressive improvements in design and could be an opportunity to showcase state-of-the-art stormwater management and landscaping with native plants. So what is our next step? We would like to proceed with a request for quotes or an RFQ to engage with a consultant or a team of consultants for community engagement and planning for preliminary design. No new funds need to be allocated for this contract. There is approximately $300,000 held in trust for the county by the Durham Parks Foundation that was a donation to the county back in 2017 from a W.C. Smith estate. And we also have some additional funds in capital project. And once we have talked with the community and have a plan that documents what folks want, we will be well informed and prepared to access a number of state and federal grants. We would also like to plan that part of the feasibility study would include exploring potential project partnership opportunities that could include working with Durham Public Schools and/or the City of Durham's Parks and Rec Department. We've had preliminary conversations and site visits with both of these groups. Okay. So to summarize, open space and project management staff will work with consultants on public engagement, conceptual analysis, and preliminary design to help us determine community needs, optimal partnerships, and desired and allowable property improvements with a timeline and budget. We are real excited to bring this welcoming and meaningful outdoor experience of this beautiful spot, and feel that with Durham's rapid growth, particularly in East Durham, that the timing is appropriate. Okay.
Thank you so much, Celeste.
You're
and
welcome.
team. I see Vice Chair Burns is already ready with her hand up, so I'll go to her first.
Celeste is my cousin. We're both Burnses.
That's right.
I had to back her up, so that's why I'm going first. So really, really quick, I noted there you said there's like $300,000 in that
Yes.
fund, and you all want to put out RFP for a feasibility
Yep.
study. Do you know about how much the feasibility study is going to cost?
So the first
Just
item,
curious.
Christy Raleigh with Project Management. Hi, we'd be putting out an RFQ request for qualifications. So we'd be looking for a design team, architect, landscape architect, engineers. So because it's an RFQ, we don't know the amount ahead of time.
That's right. Thank you. So it's acute. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, just let us know if you got I don't imagine it would be over $300,000.
Please,
but
please don't let this be over.
That's my worry because it is such a big space. But okay, just let us know if you have to come back. But I think this is an exciting project. I'm an outdoorsy girl, so I think I like that you all are doing some partnerships. So I'll leave my questions to everyone else. Thank you.
Can I add one thing just because you mentioned partnerships?
Sure.
There's a list of other partners and stakeholders in the white paper, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So I think you probably have all seen, but attached to the agenda is also a white paper that Open Space wrote with more information and the list of stakeholders that they currently have that they're planning to incorporate into the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs?
First of all, congratulations, Celeste, as the new manager
Thank you.
for this department.
Interim.
And I just want to say, you guys are amazing, the amount of work that you do and accomplish with a very small department.
Yeah.
And I'm also glad that both this item, the DOST item, and this item really highlighting these are very unique programs that were specifically created by this board. They are locally funded. They are with other funding that you brought in. But these are very unique programs to the Durham County Board of Commissioners. Very special programs. This is really exciting because I think this is the first park effort that we've been engaged in since Hollow Rock Nature Park, which I'm very intimately knowledgeable about.
Yeah.
And so, and I know that the park planning process is also just a very meaningful process. I love the fact that there's so many partnerships here with the city, and also looking at that map, all of the schools that are nearby. And also just thinking about the other benefits. We know all of the development that is happening in East Durham. And so people having open spaces like this, as Durham, our comprehensive land use plan continues to build out as we become more and more dense, having open spaces like this that are so close to downtown, so close to the urban growth boundary, places where people can be in nature, is really, really important. And then the water quality aspect of this, protecting Falls Lake. I really appreciate how you all bring in so many other sources of funding. You guys are always maxing out that. One of my questions was, do you feel like, and I'm also now chair of the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, and so this land purchase was really made possible because of that partnership, because the city of Raleigh financed this because we're protecting their drinking water. Do you feel like there may be other opportunities for us to do more of that as we move forward with the IAIA? I don't see Ryan here today, but you know, this could really also, this model could really benefit us, and also just regionally, and just wondering.
It's very important, and we are in communication with Ryan Eves and their work. Yeah. We do stay in regular communication with Ryan and their work with the IAIA and the water quality protection that they're doing. You know, this is funded by City of Raleigh watershed protection money, which used to be called UNCWI. That program still exists. They now call it the Watershed Protection Program. The City of Durham has a very small amount of money that goes to the Northern Durham that our program is actually used on a small acquisition, back in 2020 along the Little River. So we've got those two pots of watershed money. Now, how that's going to change with the Upper Neuse UNRBA stuff, and I'm not sure, but we talk regularly with Ryan on that. We'd like to see that simple land protection meet some of those state regulatory, metrics that they're going to have. I think time will tell on that.
Okay.
But more people in the conservation world are optimistic than I've ever heard them be.
Yeah, that's part of the guiding principles now,
right,
for moving forward with the Falls Lake rules, and so I hope that we'll actively be communicating and building.
We will, and I think most projects that we work on, I usually call or email Ryan and say, hey, we're looking at this. How might this fit in with the work that y'all are doing for the Falls Lake rules? We really integrate that stuff and can see more partnerships with our soil and erosion colleagues as well.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
I just want to express excitement for this project as well. And also I wanted to say, you learn a lot when you go to a retreat from our boards and commissions, which I already mentioned that I did that on Saturday, but I learned so much. I mean, one of the things that was asked at the retreat was, what do you love about Durham? And so many people mentioned the fact that we're a large city with a small town feel, and that we have amazing amenities, including all of our open spaces and places to walk and recreate, and and have an antidote to being cooped up inside like we are so much in front of electronic devices. So feel very excited about this, and I know that this small and mighty department sitting in front of us it's because of your ability to form relationships with people, those who are willing to participate in our conservation easement programs, and the relationships you form with all the different partners. It doesn't happen without people who are really good at forming relationships. So just want to appreciate your work.
Well, as a risk of sounding corny, we don't do this work unless, this is a passion. It really is. We're protecting things that are going to be permanent assets to the community. And, we have to go back, like in the early 90s, there were people in Durham County who really cared, for example, about the New Hope Creek Corridor and wanted to protect it and develop the New Hope Creek Corridor open space plan, which we're still working to implement today. And it just feels really meaningful. So I am privileged to serve you in this capacity.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Celeste and team. And I just want to jump in on the kudos and thank you for your small and mighty team. I do want to ask a related question because, the 4,000 acres, also a huge thing to be managing. So really amazing that our Durham County team is able to do that. Just wondering, more so manager, I guess, question for the manager, maybe Julio. I know we have Jane has retired and she's still on consulting. Do we know when we'll be able to make this small team a little bit bigger? Oh yeah, keep it its full size.
Well, and that's one thing that ACM Delgado has been working on is to assess how this team worked and to leverage the positions that we have and make sure that the work that is happening complementary in other departments, that we can gain synergy around the work that's happening in different departments so that it doesn't create too much of a burden on one department and other departments don't have as much responsibility, if you know what I'm saying. So we're looking at how we can make sure that they are synergizing the work, even though it's two different departments. Let's say we have environmental priorities in soil and water. How can those staff members complement the work that's happening with our open space and real estate team? So we're looking to gain synergies around these different areas.
Well, I hope we can protect our small and mighty team doing amazing things. And
you'll hear more, I think, next month about our project at Orange Factory Road. So more to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more other questions? Okay, then we're good to go. Thank you guys so much. Our next item is 24-0069, presentation from Durham Tech Community College, Capital Projects Update. We have 30 minutes allocated to this one. President Buxton will 20-minute presentation, 10-minute questions. Work for you? Perfect.
Am I on now? There we go. Good morning. Chair, alum, members of the commissioners, and Manager Sowell, great to see you. My trustee, Commissioner Howerton, good to see you. We're excited to be here and provide an update on our capital construction projects. We're going to give you an update on two. I think many of you know our Chief Financial Officer, Andy Kleitch, who joins us, and many of you may have met Vice President of Campus Operations, Chief of Campus Operations, Dr. Susan Bowen. Dr. Bowen's our lead on all facilities projects at the college, and she and I are going to do some presentations, and Financial Officer Kleitch will back us up on budget numbers as we need it. First, before we get into this, let me just express my thanks to this board for your support and leadership in putting these projects on the bond referendum, and thanks to the voters of this county for approving them. We know that that investment in Durham Tech, this capital investment, was an investment in the people of this county and the workforce and economic development of this county, and we're proud to be carrying that banner on behalf of this board and the county and doing this work. I'm going to give you a little bit of the background on these projects, and then Dr. Bowen will give you an update on where we stand and how we're moving forward. The first thing I draw your attention to, this is a map we showed you back when we were talking about putting these projects on the bond. Our map of main campus, both these projects are on our main campus here in Durham. You are looking north down to south, and both these projects are going to front on Lawson Street. So if you think of Briggs being to the right or the east on this map, and then Bacon on the left or western edge of the campus here, numbers 12 and 13 are the two projects we're looking at, and citing both the health sciences and life sciences building on those sites. You see a roughly 35,000 life sciences facility, roughly 86,000 health sciences facility. Both of those will be complete not only with classrooms, lab facilities, but perhaps most importantly, simulation settings where our students will be able to be in the very kind of environments they'll be in industry. Also, student spaces, faculty-student collaborative spaces, and the like. A little bit of a rendition that I think we showed you before. This is now looking south, Briggs now to the left and the east, Bacon to the right. This is looking on Lawson, and again, you'll see the massing and the scale that we're looking at with these two projects and its relationship to campus and what it's going to create on campus in addition to the buildings themselves, the kind of collaborative quad spaces that you see here. I also want you to see in the upper kind of left side, we recently announced a Bloomberg Philanthropies investment into Duke Health, Durham Tech, and Durham Public Schools. That is the building. It's an existing building that holds all of our health sciences programs currently that we will renovate to house the new early college, health sciences early college. So as all of our health sciences programming moves out into the new building and we put additional programming in the new building, that is where the early college site will be. And we're thankful to have those renovation dollars from a private funding source. One more before I pass the torch here to Dr. Bowen. We have been through two robust, now actually 4 robust selection processes for our architectural partners and our construction manager at risk partners. We are about to take our recommendations for the construction managers at risk to our board next Tuesday. Commissioner Howerton will be part of that approval process. So we don't have those firm names for you at this time, but we do want to tell you a little bit about architectural partners and a little bit about our MWBE participation in both. First thing I want you to know, we had a significant amount of interest in both these projects. 37 firms submitted proposals for life sciences and health sciences, 20 firms on the construction side for both of these. We decided in the architectural process we wanted to beef up some of our capacity in choosing architectural partners, and so very pleased that North Carolina Central University, UNC Chapel Hill, and Duke University, the 4 years who do a lot of construction projects in our backyard, actually participated as advisors on our selection processes to make sure we had as much information and experience, expertise as we wanted on these committees. We also had 35 Degrees North, who is our construction project management firm that we've brought on to help build our capacity to ensure we get these projects done under budget and on time. And so we're going to share a little bit about the 2 architectural firms that we're working with in this process, and then also we'll share a little bit about our expectation on MWBE participation with our construction firms. These were excellent processes, and we've got very strong partners to work with us. So, Dr. Bowen, let me advance it and then pass this to you.
Great. Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to share with you that for life sciences, our life sciences building, the architects that we chose were Andre Johnson Architects. As you can see, we tried to share with you what their team looks like. They have made the decision, and we've begun working with them to pair up with O'Brien Atkins, who is familiar with our campus and also has some very good expertise in lab design and consulting in the triangle, actually. So we'll be using them. I will tell you, Andre Johnson presented during the evaluation period and the interview period substantial experience in working in Durham, also with the State Construction Office, and had significant experience in life sciences. So that's why they were chosen for that. And you can see their team here. For our health sciences building, we chose the architects of Lord Axe Sargent, a quite large firm that comes to us with a good amount of experience in the health sciences area, and also, I would say again, is familiar with Durham County and also the State Construction Office. As you can see here, this is their complete team that they brought with us, an experienced team that have worked quite extensively together, and that's why they were chosen. I'm going to skip this for a minute and go directly to our MWBE participation. With our life sciences building, it is, as President Buxton mentioned, a $35 million project. When we look at architects that we have chosen for this, their MWBE participation for this project is 36%. For our construction manager at risk, which is currently, as President Buxton mentioned, getting ready to go in front of our board for our selection, we are waiting to see what that will be and who our selection is. But we did want to share with you that, much like Durham, we've decided to make the commitment to at least a minimum of 25%. So the architects, the CMARs that were interviewed during interview, we talked about that at great length of how they were going to reach that, what workforce development programs they have, and spent a good amount of time in both their proposal and also questioning them during the interview. For our health sciences building, that's a $77 million project. Lord Atkins Sargent has an MWE participation of 17%. And again, for our CMAR, we are looking at the minimum of a 25% participation rate. I'm going to try to go back. I'm trying it. It's not going. Up? How about?
The clerk is going to help you.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Here we go.
Great. So what we wanted to share with you is our Gantt chart currently for our two Durham projects. And as you can see here, the top project is our health sciences project, and our life sciences is below. On both of those projects, we have reached 100% completion on our architect selection. We have moved forward with such exciting things as our engineering for our SU, survey, and geotech. We have selected our commissioning managers for both projects and have now entered our advanced planning design phase. As you can see from this chart, if you can read it, it's a little bit eye-catching here. What we're looking to do, or what we anticipate, is that we will be starting construction for our health sciences building. We're hopeful that will begin in February of 25, with completion and ready for operation in January of 28. For our life sciences building, similarly, we're looking at starting that project in December of 25 and ready for operation in October of 27. The bulk of the time you're going to see here, in addition to the construction, is the design phase, which we're in the process of starting right now, and are working not only with our academic programs, but also our architects and their team. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we're ready to take any questions.
Well, thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you for the thoughtfulness in your processes. I'm really glad to see that you're modeling our Durham County goals for 25% MWBE. Thank you, Commissioner Howerton, for representing us on Durham Tech's board and participating in this process. I'll see if there's any questions. Commissioner Carter? Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation, for your vision for the campus and for Durham Tech in this area with health sciences and life sciences. Just your very thoughtful and careful planning and the way that this is moving forward. It's very exciting. The programming is exciting. You got to have the buildings and the space to do the programming, which brings me to one of my questions is about, I know you're not presenting on the early college program, but good golly, that was exciting to read about and to hear about. Just wonderful news for our community and for the future of health science workforce development. If the life sciences side or the health sciences, the new buildings won't be completed until 28, when does the early college program start?
Fall of 25 is our planned start. So we are looking at a couple different interim locations between when it will start in the fall of 25 and when we'll be ready to move programming in, do some renovation and move programming into what is currently Building 9 on our campus, where I showed you that site. Between DPS, Duke, and Durham Tech, we are looking at a couple locations where we might do an educational village, also known as modulars, we might do in the short term.
I like the name. Good.
But there are also
Good euphemism.
Yeah, there are also a few properties that Duke Health may have available. Our preference is to have those students on our campus, not only to get them used to being Durham Tech students, but also they take classes. They'll begin taking classes on the campus. And so we want them to have access to advisors and faculty, but we'll look at the best fit for the interim period.
Okay, well, great. I'm glad it's getting started in 25. We don't have to wait until we can vacate that site. But and this is another example, though, of the benefit of that bond, right? As we are moving current programming from one site to the new site, which frees up that space. Anyway, very exciting. All of it is very exciting. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner Jacobs, then Commissioner Howerton.
Yes, I really appreciate you all bringing us this update and keeping us in the loop and thereby the public. And it is really exciting to see the vision of the campus, the development of a quad concept, and also the partnerships that are happening around all of these job sector areas. And I think this is also going to be a great benefit to Durham Public Schools with the Bloomberg grant and the healthcare pipeline. Fantastic. I was wondering on this map, going back to the picture, could you, I have two questions. One is, what is the exact amount that Duke or the Bloomberg grant will contribute to the health sciences building, and kind of not just the capital, but also just kind of that whole, if you could talk a little bit more about that, how that will contribute to this structure, but also where the affordable housing project is in relation to this as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Childcare.
Sure. Let me give you a couple different updates on that. So we have from the roughly $30 million, just shy grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies, about $18.5 million of that comes to us, Durham Tech. 15 of that is allocated for capital, and that's the renovation capital we'll use to redo what is now Building 9 that says the early college site on this map. We believe that will be sufficient to do the renovations, assuming that nothing crazy happens with construction costs in the next couple of years. But we also then have funding from Bloomberg to do the startup phases around personnel, furniture, equipment, et cetera. They won't contribute to the new health sciences building. They will contribute to the early college site, although we'll have equipment that we'll be able to use for students who work in both sites. There are also resources that Durham Tech, Durham Public Schools, and especially Duke Health are contributing in kind, and a lot of policy work, I do want to mention this, that Duke Health has done to ensure that students younger than 18 are able to get into the hospital settings and do clinical rotations, apprenticeships, internships. That is often not the case because of age restrictions. They are waiving that so that we can create this pipeline. It's a nationally innovative program, and again, we're proud to be the only community college among the 10 healthcare sites around the country. If you went from that early college site, now Building 9, and went straight east and maybe a little bit south through those woods, you'd get to our affordable housing site on Briggs, 902 South Briggs. Right now, we have submitted our 4% low-income housing tax credit application. We're confident that that will move through, but we're waiting for that to get through. Because of what you and the city have done, we now have the financing in place that once we get that 4% tax credit, we have an equity investor in place that we can then move into the kind of planning, permitting, construction phases. And so we're kind of knocking on the door of that, waiting for that final 4% tax credit to come through, and then we are moving. Childcare, if I can move to that last one. On childcare, thank you for the resources this body invested in us together with Kate's Corner that allowed us to provide free tuition, no-cost childcare to our students chiefly and some of our faculty and staff. We are now working with Kate's Corner to look at what could be a permanent solution would be on our campus but available more broadly. I don't have much detail beyond that to say we're kind of in the early phases of thinking about what a facility might look like in that area that we have that has some space that we might use. That is a really critical issue for our students and our faculty and staff. And it is a place where we feel like we can provide access to child care that just is very hard to come by in that geographic area, and we can be part of that larger solution. But it's going to take some strong partnership together with Kate's Corner to help figure it out.
Thank you so much for that follow-up information. And I just think that you all are really modeling what we're also trying to model too in Durham County. You know, we're supporting affordable housing, we're building a child care center, and you're doing that too. And I think I appreciate that you also are trying to, connect all of the pieces, that the social determinants and all of the elements that we know is important for people in our community to thrive and succeed. So appreciate that the partnership and the values that you and priorities that you're also following through on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your support and partnership on every one of these items.
Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello, everyone. Good to see you. JB, what I want to lift up, the work that you're like I guess you're the engine, and your staff is the vehicle to keep you moving. Somebody's got to keep you moving. So I just want for you to let your staff know how much we appreciate the work you do. I'm on the board, so I get to see, but in front of this board, I want to acknowledge your staff and all the folks that are working to make all this stuff happen, because it doesn't happen by itself. So thank you.
Commissioner, I appreciate that acknowledgement, and we will certainly bring that back to our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Buxton and team. Appreciate your time and your thoughtfulness and transparency with us throughout this entire process. Okay.
Thank you.
That moves us to, make sure. We are going to do a little switcheroo and have our ARPA update next from Assistant County Manager, Deputy County Manager Claudia Hager and her team. And I know she mentioned that it's going to be a 30-minute item instead of 45. So do you think the same 20-minute presentation, 10-minute questions? 15? Perfect.
I wasn't in the room when you mentioned about the break for going over to the graduation. What did you say about that? I didn't hear it.
We did not discuss
You did
the break
not?
for the graduation.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something about taking a break.
No, we switched. The ARPA update was going to be after lunch, but because the presenters for this item needed to be somewhere at 1, we are moving this item up before lunch.
Okay. I guess I heard you wrong.
Monica.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a pleasure seeing you today and to have a continued conversation on ARPA. We will change the flow a little bit different today to accommodate the time constraints so we can allow most of it to cover a very important topic on the Housing Loan Fund in Durham. And I have two individuals who will assist today. Christy Rawley, who is a project manager with the organization, as well as John Frolick with Self-Help Credit Union. And again, we are excited to share. We'll give a quick recap of the January meeting, steering committee recommendations, and then we'll get right into an overview on the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund. At the board session back in January, we did a quick recap of efforts that have happened over the past, 18 months as we've looked at how should we invest ARPA dollars. And out of that process, a housing steering committee was developed, and we looked at strategies on how we move forward with the maximization and optimization of ARPA fund use, leveraging those dollars with the city, as well as the task force developed a white paper, which we went over last time. And with that white paper, there were 3 recommendations, one of which was to consider the investment into the existing housing loan fund, and there was a dollar amount identified as potentially an initial allocation. The second was to evaluate the post-pandemic needs and look at best practices to determine where we should do things differently as it related to housing security. We are the big players in that space, and we have many partners as well. Then the third one was to look at ways to develop a concise metric that is a scorecard for the county, because we do invest in a lot of spaces, but we do have funding limitations. And so the desire is over time for us to refine those spaces in which we play. So now I will transition to the area in which we wanted to follow up on with the Housing Loan Fund. And Mr. Frolick will go into that presentation. You've seen headlines recently where Self-Help is a partner with other jurisdictions, and excited about that. And so, again, our board started this discussion back in 2022 in November, and we're grateful that we're at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hager, and thank you, commissioners. First of all, your staff, Christy and Jay and Perry and Ms. Hager here, have done a fantastic job. And I'd love to take them on the road with me to Florida, Western North Carolina, Winston-Salem, other municipalities that are looking for us to consider doing a housing loan fund. They really were great in helping evaluate this. So I'll try to be brief and really make this your time for your questions on the loan fund here. Self-Help did our initial housing loan fund here in Durham with the city of Durham in 2019. That fund is now fully deployed, and we're inviting other folks, Durham County, here to participate in that fund. A lot of you folks might know about Self-Help, but just as a quick primer, the Center for Community Self-Help is an umbrella organization. We have 2 credit unions across the country with the Center for Responsible Lending. And then we have the Self-Help Ventures Fund, which is an affiliate of Self-Help, and that's where we do our non-regulated lending, such as affordable housing loan funds. This is where we combine public and private capital to be able to make impact for our communities. Next slide. So the history of affordable housing loan funds for Self-Help, again, I mentioned the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund was started in 2019. That fund's a $10 million fund. It was a partnership between the city of Durham, Duke University, the foundation there, Truist, and then the initiative, which was the North Carolina Community Development Initiative, now rolled into the National Institute for Minority Economic Development. So this fund was really designed to help nonprofits acquire and hold properties for future development, competing with cash-like buyers in efforts to preserve affordable housing. Next, we responded to a request for proposal from Wake County, our neighbor to the east, and that's a $61.6 million fund that we launched in late 2022, and that has both bridge financing and gap financing for preservation of affordable housing. So that's the focus for that. That fund has started deployment. We have 1 loan made and 2 others in closing at the moment. The Greensboro Housing Fund, the most recent fund to launch, that fund, we are co-administrating that with the National Institute for Minority Economic Development through parallel funding. And we have initial, self-help has an initial $13 million tranche out of what we were expecting to be a $20 million fund by the end of this year. And that's gap financing, and we can talk a little bit about the specifics of that for both preservation and creation, a flexible fund. Oh, sorry. Normally people like it when I'm not so loud. Town of Chapel Hill is the last jurisdiction. So we were awarded the Town of Chapel Hill administrator role in late last year here, and it was a winning response to the town's request for proposal. That's a combination of UNC Health Systems dollars and the Town of Chapel Hill dollars. We anticipate launching a $20 million fund, again, for creation and preservation of affordable housing by mid-year. The Durham Fund, brief history here. Again, I talked about it launching in 2019, really out of organic convened by Duke, looking at problems in the community, and that fund, that partnership between Duke University, the City of Durham, and then for-profit and nonprofit financial institutions really was key to the success of pulling that data to make an impact in the community. Over 10 years, we're anticipating that the fund will preserve 500 affordable units here, really enabling local affordable housing developers to stabilize and expand the housing stock. It's great news that the fund is fully deployed. That's also the bad news. The fund is fully deployed and we have a growing need. So delighted to have Durham County consider participating in the fund. Just briefly, I talked about the different folks involved. It was City of Durham, Duke University, SunTrust at the time, now Truist, and then Institute Capital, which again was formerly the initiative. So how does the fund work? It's composed of what we call senior debt and then second loss and first loss investors. And the whole idea is as a lender, in order for us to take those risks to help do very high loan-to-value loans where you're lending maybe 100% or 110% of the value of the property, or to take deeply subordinate loans on a property and do that at low cost, we need risk capital to come in. And so that's where the City of Durham and Duke University provided some risk capital, and then the senior lenders like Truist and the Initiative came in to provide what we call senior debt, and that senior debt is then self-help provides a guarantee for that senior debt as where the top loss capital enables us to take that additional risk. The idea was to create loan terms to borrowers that would make sense for them to take a little risk on properties, take manageable risk, acquire those and hold those and prevent them from becoming market rate housing. So market rate housing isn't a terrible thing, but we have very limited stock of affordable housing, and the idea is to keep that from going away. So what we're really looking at is new first loss investments are required to grow the fund. In any community we go to, there's two key things. It's top loss capital, and then it's the ability, the community knowing what its needs. The good news is we know what we need in Durham. What we really need next is some more top loss capital.
Can I ask? I just don't really quite understand the first loss, second loss.
Sure. So a good example of, I'll go back to this slide here. So in terms of first and second loss, think of that as one bucket. That's risk capital. And self-help, I should say, is very good at not losing anybody's money. That's how we've been successful. We have rigorous underwriting to do that. But the idea here is, as these funds come in to Self-Help Ventures Fund, and then we deploy them as loans for affordable housing, if the fund experiences losses, so if some of these loans go bad, essentially, then the top loss, so in this case the first and second loss funders, they will absorb some of those losses. And so in this case, in the current makeup of the fund, the top 30% is this first and second loss. So we could lose up to 30% in loans that went bad, and still Self-Help Ventures Fund, then we would still not be tapping into our own capital. And then at that point, after that, we're at risk. So we're at full risk. And lenders typically will take 70, maybe 70% to 80% risk. So in this case, the top loss enables us to go all the way up to 100% in terms of the max amount of the loans, the 100% of the value of the property. Or in the case of these other loan funds, to do subordinate financing, where we're in second position behind another lender. And in that case, we really have complete exposure. And so this first and second loss, this risk capital, enables us to take those additional risks to make those type of loans. So that's how that top loss works. I'll speak a little to it more in the next slide, but was that helpful?
That is helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
That's very helpful.
It's difficult. I know I'm relatively new to lending. It's difficult to think of it from a lender's perspective, where a lender, we are kind of restricted to how much risk we can take to be sustainable. And so when you get beyond lending 70% of a value of a project, or you get into a second position behind another lender, that's a very risky position for a lender, and hence most lenders don't do that type of lending. And that's where this risk capital comes in to enable us to say, okay, we can sustainably take that risk. Our goal is to return all the money and to keep all the loans good. We have an excellent track record of that. But in order to do that, we need that other capital.
JJ? Thank you. Over here. Would it be accurate to say that any government or foundation money going into the greater fund is at a higher risk than the self-help money?
That's
right?
correct. We have not had any challenges raising what we call the senior lender money. So those, for example, the Truist and the Institute Capital money that's in the fund, or if you go to Greensboro where we have Wells Fargo and Pinnacle, oftentimes we're having banks providing Community Reinvestment Act dollars into the funds, but they can't tolerate losing those dollars. They're going to give them at a very low interest rate long term, but they need to know at the end of the fund someone's standing behind that. And so in that case, Self-Help Ventures Fund balance sheet is standing behind those investments. Thank you. So this slide, I find this very helpful communicating with folks kind of on all sides of a loan fund. On the left side, you can see investors there, and I've circled local government. So that's Durham County, City of Durham, City of Greensboro, those type of funders. Foundations, regional employers, or Bank Community Reinvestment Act investors. And those folks provide loans and grants, it's been loans to date, into the fund. And the whole idea is that these are 0% to very low interest rate loans for the life of the fund. So what we're hoping to do with the Durham Fund is expand it to a 20-year life. So 20 years. And then those come into Self-Help Ventures Fund, those loans, and Self-Help Ventures Fund then holds that money. And that's the fund, is the funds at Self-Help Ventures Fund. And then from there, we make loans to borrowers. We already have a very robust origination team and servicing team, so it's a one-stop shop. Self-Help takes care of all that. We do independent underwriting within the confines of the product that we've described and agreed to with the funders. And in this slide, I'm showing an example of bridge financing. So the idea with bridge financing is when a property comes available on the market, oftentimes a developer that wants to do affordable housing, it may take 2 to 5 years to assemble the rest of the capital to make that work. And so the idea of bridge financing is to provide that financing up front, close to 100% of the need, because we know a lot of developers, especially nonprofits, don't have capital sitting around, enables them to then acquire the property and hold it while they work to assemble tax credits, philanthropy, government sources, whatever those are, to make the property sustainable for the long term. And the idea is that these are short-term loans, maybe up to 5 years, and then when they get paid off, which some of the Durham Fund loans have been paying off, they revolve back into the fund and we make more loans. And then the bridge takeout sources, there's a kind of an alphabet soup there of takeout sources in terms of different methods to do long-term financing. Properties and people, it's really all about people at the end of the day. In Durham, the Durham Fund is really targeting serving households that earn 60% of the area median income or below, or homeowners that are earning 80% or below in the event of properties developed for home ownership. Many of the properties that we financed to date with the Durham Fund are serving extremely low-income families making 30% area median income or below. We preserved 243 units thus far and maybe about 30 to be created, so a couple of the properties were for future creation of housing. And we're targeting about 500 units over the life of the fund with the existing fund without growing the fund at all. And I think that's my last slide. Oh, here we go. Sure I didn't go too far. So recommendations, we'd like to expand the geography. It's currently limited to the city of Durham. We'd like to expand the geography to the county. Refine the fund goals, and that's really what the funder input to say what are new challenges facing the city of Durham. Ideas that we have are creating a subordinate debt or gap financing product to be like we're doing in Wake County and in Greensboro. And the target for a new fund, we'd really want the fund to grow to at least by $15 million, and to grow the existing fund of 10. If we have a $2 million investment, that can translate to an $8 million addition to the fund. I'm kind of note here, $500,000 is a good start. We could temporarily deploy that outside the fund if we had $500,000 coming in today, so we could get it right into affordable housing and then recirculate that back into the actual loan fund once we get to a $2 million point. The need for the additional $1.5 million of commitments, whether it be from Durham County or from other funders such as philanthropy, is really that to be able to go back to the senior debt funders or to bring in new funders, we need to show that we can grow the fund in a meaningful way. And so that's where $500,000 is plenty of money. It certainly means a lot to me. But $2 million would enable us to really then take that $2 million, create $8 million more of investment into the fund, and we could have an $18 million Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund. Current fund matures in 2029, and this investment could really catalyze us then working with the other funders to extend it on out to another 20 years. Ms. Howerton.
Yes, I have a question. What does your applicant look like?
I'm sorry, say again.
What would your applicant look like?
Oh, the applicant for the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund?
Yes.
These are developers with recent and relevant affordable housing experience. And so that's either folks that are operating affordable housing and maybe acquiring existing units, or they could be, again, nonprofits, or we could expand the fund to for-profits that are creating new housing. But it's really for folks that have recent relevant experience in doing the scope of work they're doing. It's what it's not, and it's helpful to emphasize to your constituency, it's not for individuals who are looking for affordable housing. They're really the people that these developers, by acquiring these properties, and then whether they're renovating them or just preserving them or creating them, the developers of those units are then serving the individuals that need the affordable housing.
Okay, and thank you for that. And you mentioned something else, that county's dollars would be at risk.
That's correct. The county's dollars would be in what we call the first or second loss position. And so the risk for those dollars is if self-help is going to make good loans, as we do with all our loans. Our charge-off rate is extremely low. But in order to do the type of loans that are more than 70% the value of the property, or to be in a second position to another lender, we need funders into the fund to be able to take potential losses. And so that's where, for example, in the case of the current fund, it's the City of Durham and Duke that have stepped up to a risk capital position or top loss position, so that if we do experience losses in the fund, we make the loans as best we can in terms of being good lenders. If those loans go bad, that there can be some that initial losses absorbed by those funders.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have one more slide? Okay.
This is just a quick summary here. I talked about additional $2 million in these top loss dollars that Ms. Howerton talked about. We can multiply that times 4 by bringing in the senior lenders for $8 million in the fund. We think that will create or preserve a range of 200 to 400 more affordable units. Depends on the type of unit and the use case of the fund. And then contact information for my colleague James Ruggiero, who's the Director of Capital Development. He'd be responsible for bringing in the other funders, and myself is up there. So always welcome questions now or later. Our door's always open.
Thank you so much. Presentations like these always make me grateful that we have subject matter experts like Deputy County Manager Hager and y'all and our partnerships. I will see Commissioner Jacobs. I see your hand up for question.
Thank you so much for the presentation and again for the partnership. We are really fortunate to have Self-Help as one of our community partners with an outstanding track record. And I'm really excited about the county contributing to this Affordable Housing Loan Fund. This is a great example of something where we do not have to recreate the wheel. It's already in existence. We can plug into it. It can be expanded to be county-wide. And frankly, when the slide that you showed about how this is being deployed in other counties, if you could go back to that slide, ours is really underfunded because, when you look at our population and we're only at 10 million, Chapel Hill is starting out with 20, and then Wake County, which is about 3 times as us, has 61 million. Ours is really underfunded. And as we know, we've talked about this a lot on our board, is that county government cannot solve the problem of providing affordable housing on our own. We need to be looking at every single possible tool and strategy, and this is a really successful strategy and tool, as you explained to us, Claudia, in your first presentation, that this is a way to leverage other funding, that this helps to bring in additional funding sources for developers. So I guess I fully support us moving forward as quickly as possible with our participation. I would like to know about a few things. One is the role of, and related to the policies for this program, the role of protecting and preserving existing affordable housing versus building new affordable housing. Because one thing that we learned with the Carver Creek project, where we actually provided that full funding right away so that Housing for New Hope did not have to go through this process and possibly lose even the opportunity, because it takes a long time, as you explained, to put together these deals are very complicated. But we would have lost an existing affordable housing property if we had not acted quickly. And, you know, the second part recommendation, Claudia, that you guys had from the group was basically we need a plan. We need to be tracking. So I would really like to understand that, because preserving can often be cheaper also, which we saw with Carver Creek, than building new. So that's one of my questions. The second question is the policies around these properties. Do we have requirements such as they need to be affordable for at least 30 years, and then after that, the right of first refusal goes back to the public entities? Because that's another way we can prevent these properties from then going back onto the open market or back into the market rate after 30 years. So that's one thing. And then my third question is, what are we doing to reach out to employers for them to participate in this revolving housing fund, because it benefits our local employers to have affordable housing for their workers?
So I think to the first question, Commissioner Jacobs, the role of protecting and preserving preservation. I mean, in fact, one of the Wake County staff members talks about you have a bucket, and it's very important to plug the holes in the bucket before you keep pouring more water in. And so the idea of preserving houses, I think it's a great analogy for me. That said, I encourage the commissioners to consider, as we think about the loan fund, both creation and preservation. Preservation opportunities, when they come quickly, and it's important to take advantage in the right way, but they can be rare. It can take a long time to get preservation. And so if you have a flexible fund that can do both the preservation side and provide funding for creation of new units, I think you have the best of both worlds. That's what we advocated for Greensboro, for example. Their main need was preservation, particularly of aging housing stock, but we encouraged them to say, hey, think about new creation as well. And I can't talk specifically to developers that we're in stages with the Greensboro Fund, but suffice it to say there's new creation of units involved with some of our early, both preservation and new creation of units with our early loans that we anticipate closing in that fund. The second question, policies around the properties. With the Affordable Housing Loan Fund, there may be deed restrictions associated with other funding coming in, but in addition to those, the fund, what we've done with the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund is that because it was really targeted at nonprofits, we've said that the nonprofit will accept deed restrictions upon permanent financing. With the adaptation with Wake County and other funds, if you have a for-profit involved in the bridge financing, then we're going to say you need at least a 10-year deed restriction. So your max loan term is 5 years, and then you need a 10-year deed restriction. And that's to prevent, even though a for-profit may have good intent, it prevents the for-profit from holding the property under cheap financing for 5 years and then saying, well, I'm going to make this market rate now. So it gives at least another 5 years beyond the term. The same thing with gap financing. We haven't talked as much about gap financing, but those terms are typically 15-year loan terms. So the Greensboro Housing Fund, for example, those are 15-year loan terms designed to sit next to a senior lender in the project, and we have a requirement for a 20-year deed restriction for those. The deed restrictions that we have on the funds are, aside from the Durham, from the other funds, it's affordable to 80% area median income households. And we found that was important to provide some flexibility so that you maybe have a mix of units potentially involved. And it's, of course, as you know, the gap is getting wider with increasing cost, higher interest rates, and stagnant incomes. And so sometimes it can be hard to serve all 60% area median income households. So the right of first refusal, that's a good point, and something we could integrate into the fund is the idea of the county leading with this initiative and saying, hey, we'd really like to see a right of first refusal for the county to be able to acquire the properties at the expiration of the loan fund or the refinancing point. I should say a sale point of the properties to help preserve the properties for longer. So that's a good thing to think on for us. And then lastly, employers, we would love to get more employers involved in the fund. We're talking in a couple municipalities in Florida, one of whom is really trying to target local employers. We were interested and continue to have interest in doing that as we are already thinking about growing the Wake Affordable Housing Preservation Fund. And I think the method that could work well is really a joint method, working with the local government and the administrator to reach out to those employers and to really to explain to them how it helps their business by making sure that there's affordable housing in the area.
Well, I would like to suggest that if we do move forward with this, that we bring in Andy Miracle on this. And also, I know, Madam Chair and Madam Manager, with your conversations with the Chamber and the Leadership Circle and the new nonprofit that's being formed at the Chamber level, whether this could be another way to pull in the private sector, and even with our economic incentive contracts, consideration of participation in this directly in this fund. So,
correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Andy's on the working group, right?
Andy is on the working group. He's also behind the scenes, making sure that we're in the direction that blends well with our overall economic.
And I just want to say, in response to your answer about the length of the affordability, I would be very concerned about investing in projects that only have a 10-year time period affordability. I mean, for me, that's just not worth the investment of public funds. So I really think it's important that we're investing in things that have long-term affordability with public money.
Do we have any more questions? Commissioner Carter?
Well, I just also wanted to say I'm excited about the possibility of Durham County participating in this fund, and agree that the $10 million is too low for Durham County. And will the administration be recommending a level of contribution to us? Is there a specific ask? Is the specific ask $2 million or?
Well, we wanted to have the discussion this morning.
Yeah.
Because there were lots of different conversations last time, the potential of using some ARPA dollars, and we are decoupling that for various reasons. And so today we wanted to hear the board's thoughts and also get the experts to share what's happening at other communities, because
that was very interesting to see
very
the
helpful.
others.
And so what we will do is come back with additional information and further recommendations. We know our desire is to present options to the board for consideration. I know in the last conversation, also Commissioner Howerton asked about the city's involvement as well, and they are partners and have invested in. And so we want to come back and share what their prior participation has been and the potential of future investments. Right now, we had identified $500,000. $2 million is needed for them to move forward, But again, we'll come back with further conversation.
So we may be, so that 2 million we could have contributors from the city,
We could contribute.
increased contributions perhaps from the city, maybe increased contributions from Duke, for example, or other partners.
That's correct, Commissioner Carr. But the key is that they're the top loss funders, that first and second loss set of funders. So as long as we have those totaling $2 million, that's where we can go out and raise the other $6 million to make the $8 million increase in the fund.
Duke wasn't one of the top loss.
Duke is
They
involved
are.
as a
Okay. And I ideally agree that we want to have public investment in affordable housing be linked to long-term affordability in the way that Wendy was mentioning. But I would be open to some flexibility on that because I do think that if we put too many restrictions, we may not get the developers who are willing to move forward. And it's better to have one than zero. You know what I'm saying? If the restrictions are too limited. So anyway, I would be open to flexibility and just additional input from you all as to what works. We want it to work. And then the only other thought I have is, with this kind of loan, is self-help working at all with school districts who have land as part of the contribution towards the affordability? We had the opportunity in the past to have affordable housing for teachers, sort of workforce housing, at one of the sort of school district sites that's just there with a old building, dilapidated building. Nothing's happening on that site. There was an opportunity in the past, and we sort of lost out on the ability to move forward with that. And I'm just wondering if you're doing any work anywhere in the country with that kind of project.
We haven't to date that I'm aware of. It's certainly a model that we've seen, and it seems encouraging. It's always great. Land is often the scarce part of the equation, and so if there's an entity that has land, we have considered in the near vicinity a similar project to that ended up getting funded in different ways. But I think it's a very promising one, and that's where, again, if there's a community effort to be able to, if the land is there but the money's not, that's where the Affordable Housing Loan Fund can come in to help provide either the bridge financing that may be needed, or in the case of if they're gap financing, in terms of just needing to fill out that whole capital stack.
And when you say gap financing, are you talking about the gap between what the market rate would be and what the affordable rate is?
That's a great question. In this case, the gap financing is your first mortgage loan, or your senior loan coming to the borrower, that's the developer. That loan is typically not going to be more than 70% of the total needs of the project. In fact, many times, because that market rate debt is relatively expensive, the project can't afford maybe more than 40 or 50%. So the idea with gap financing is that with relatively scarce equity, let's say maybe only 10% of cash equity from the borrower, and maybe 60 to 70, say 70% standard market rate first mortgage debt, there's a gap between there. So you've got, if I'm doing my math right, you've got a 20% gap. And so that's where gap financing that can provide 20 to 30% of the total capital comes in. It's subordinate. It's in a riskier position than the first mortgage, and that's why it's oftentimes not available. But coming out of a loan fund, it can be both subordinate and low cost and really supportive of the project. So that's the gap we're talking about. Okay. You're right. There is also a big gap between availability of market rate versus affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you. Indeed complicated.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Vice Chair Burns.
Thank you. So I had to get my equipment straight, so I'm sorry for that little gap. But I did get to see Durham Tech. I did get to listen in. So I'm here now. One, you already know, like, I'm a huge proponent of this. I'm a be a bull about it. I was a little bit jealous that our last Thursday, or Thursday before, when Greensboro did their press release and say that they had already moved on with theirs. So we are literally seeing every other major market move forward with these funds because it works, right? Like, we literally are seeing it work. Wake. I know Chatham thought about it. I don't know where they are. I haven't talked to Karen Howard or anybody, but I didn't know until I guess today that the RFQ, they actually had a winning RFP or RFQ for Chapel Hill. The only thing I would say, I get it. We're sitting here talking about restrictions. I personally feel like this will give us a better opportunity to work towards building more naturally organic, affordable housing, because when we put some gap funding in, that also gives responsible developers, and I'm going to keep saying that because we know what irresponsible development looks like. We've seen it in these chambers, and folks in here voted for it. We know what like a responsible developer would do. There are actually people out there who are in the affordable housing market. We know this because we work with them. This board works with them. And if the difference between them being able to do apartments and townhomes is $2 million in gap funding, if the difference between them being able to offer a better mortgage rate is $3 million from us. And so I don't know how many of y'all looked at that 90-page packet. I was okay with the fact a bank is the only place where money can magically be made. And what we're honestly saying, and I want y'all the experts, get me right here. From what I got in the packet, we would invest $1. Developer would come back and invest $1. Go to the bank to get $3 of Community Revitalization Act funding, the CRA money. Then they would take that $5, go out into the market and get a construction loan of $15. We, the county, invested $1 and got $19 back. Where does that math not work for our residents? That's all I'm saying. So I'm a proponent of it. I do want to see what our city's going to do. But what I don't want us to do is build a fund that is so different from our surrounding areas that ours fails. And that, I think, is what my worry kind of sort of is. Because if this is what Wake is doing, if this is what Greensboro's doing, if this is what Chapel Hill is doing, this is what Austin's doing, and we're doing something wildly different, it's not that we won't have a program that they won't. They can go and get business elsewhere because the perimeter counties are doing it a certain way and we're doing it different. So that I did just want to throw that out there. Like I said, I was listening. I'm going to hold my question because I don't have anybody, but again, I don't want our fund level to be so low. Can we do the $60 million that Wake County did? No, but I don't see why we can't get up to 20. And so those are just my thoughts on the fund.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burns. I just had one quick question from myself, and this may be like a pie in the sky idea of just thinking about, what the Triangle Solar program that ran a few months ago, and I think they're doing the second round of that. Has anyone, and you don't have to answer now because obviously you have to look into it, has anyone done a model like that around housing where it was basically community members bought into going solar, and like the more people that bought into it, it brought the rate lower? Of seeing, has there been any model like that into housing where individuals say, like, we want to invest in affordable housing, we want to, build or have a house, and that helps bring the rate down by coming in collectively of going in for that?
Thank you, Commissioner Alam. Not on the, we haven't funded anything on the individual level aside from, for example, there's a model called a limited equity housing cooperative, and there are some of those around the country. So there is a model out there. In terms of the loan fund, we haven't seen an application for that type of model there. A bit of a tangent to that is that oftentimes a lot of individuals want to do something about affordable housing in terms of being philanthropic. And so the challenge we have is it's often very difficult, like for us to, I kind of mentioned $2 million being the minimum that we have to then activate other parts of the fund. I'll give the example of the Community Foundation of Greater Greensboro, which is our top loss funder in the Greensboro Fund for the self-help product. That is a lot of smaller donors that wanted to make a meaningful impact in their community. So it's not housing for themselves, but they're wanting to make housing for others. And those smaller donors or investors really have invested into a community foundation pool that then they were able to aggregate that and then invest that at Self-Help Ventures Fund through a loan to Self-Help Ventures Fund. So that's one way where we have folks in the community to include potentially maybe smaller employers or just individuals that say, I'd like to do something about it, but I don't have a lot, self-help isn't equipped to handle those smaller dollar donations, or I shouldn't say donations, investments. But if there's a community foundation that would be willing to aggregate those, that's a way to add. So as individuals want to take part. So I'm sorry I didn't answer your, or give you really a solution to the individuals coming together in a cooperative sense. There are models for that cooperative housing, but it's beyond the scope of what we're currently doing in the fund.
There's also co-housing models that are similar but not exactly the same as cooperative housing. Typically just a private sector tool, but your description sort of perfectly described what they're trying to do as a sort of separate private sector model.
Thank you all so much again. Oh.
I had one quick one. It's just a question. You all might have went over it in the IC board discussion. I'm going back to Greensboro real quick because, and maybe the RFP really quick. It's just a question. Because the last time we had discussion, we said we're opening up for RFP, but I know that there's a partnership in Greensboro.
The difference, and this slide is a good one to describe here. In the case of the Durham, the initial launch of the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund, I said an organic convening because there was not a formal request for proposal. It was really self-help was brought as a trusted nonprofit community partner. And not saying one model is better than the other. In Wake County's approach, they put out a formal request for proposal. That was about a six-month process or so, and then is about a year to get the fund closed from there. So a much longer timeline with the formal request for proposal process. Greensboro, the Community Foundation, they again brought in ourselves to administer and fund one product, and then Institute Capital to administer another one. That was more that kind of organic convening where there was a very quick launch from the time that, I think from the time Greensboro started talking to us to the time we actually were ready with funds was less than a year. So that's yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much for your presentation again. And I look forward to the follow-up. Thank you. That brings us now, we're going to, since we have some time, come back to our 24-0066 update on the strategic planning process. So I know Shannon, our Chief of Staff, and Josh, Director of Strategy and Performance, will be presenting with their teams. Y'all are right before break, so I expect lots of fireworks, get us fired up.
No pressure at all.
And I see we have allocated 30 minutes, so 20-minute presentation, 10-minute questions. Perfect.
All right, well, are we at afternoon? No, morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, and County Manager, also our Attorney Massey. Thank you for receiving this presentation today. This is to bring you an update on DECO Forward, and that is the name we have given our new strategic plan. And so at that, I will turn it over to our Director of Strategy and Performance, Josh, who will introduce his team, and they will lead this presentation.
Thank you, Shannon. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Josh Edwards. I'm the Director of Strategy and Performance for Durham County. I'm excited to share with you an update on Durham County's new strategic plan, DECO Forward 2029. First, I would like to introduce the Office of Strategy and Performance team. With me, I have Adriana Johnson, Strategic Initiatives Analyst, C.G. Gardner, Strategic Initiatives Analyst, and Pat Made, Strategic Plan Manager. Also, I'd like to take a moment to say how proud I am of my team. They've done an amazing job getting to this point and working together as a team with a goal in mind. So thank you very much. As of today, we're at the drafting phase of the strategic planning process. What we present today is not final and will change with the valuable feedback that was received today and during future listening sessions. Next steps will be discussed at the end of the update, but once we get there, the strategic planning process will be, once it's approved, OSP, Office of Strategy and Performance, will move on to the next phase, which will be the Departmental Business Plan Development. We are steadily making progress forward. As part of the strategic planning process, the Office of Strategy and Performance has consulted with county leadership, presented at the Board of County Commissioners Policy Retreat, and held individual and group executive leadership feedback sessions. Additionally, SWAT sessions were conducted with all county departments except for the sheriff. These sessions resulted in 152 objective goals, 219 actionable initiatives, and 25% of all employees responded to the survey, and then 505 residents responded to the county resident survey. These engagement sessions are only the first phase of engagement with the community and employees. And now, I'll turn the presentation over to Pat Made to discuss the results of the survey.
Good morning. So the purpose of our resident survey was to gauge resident sentiment around our proposed focus areas in the new strategic plan, and we also wanted to just gain some feedback around what their general concerns were as Durham residents. So our survey was available in English and Spanish and was open to all Durham residents between early November through mid-January. We would like to thank our PIO and budget department. They helped us share it out on some social media platforms. We also shared this survey directly with some community groups and encouraged them to share with their memberships. And the survey was available in hard copy form in our library branches and some other county offices which saw foot traffic. So we were happy to see we got responses in a mix of different formats. And we closed the survey 2 weeks ago so we could analyze the results and present you what we found. So you'll find on this slide the demographics of the residents who responded to our survey. We were happy to see that with 505 total responses that at a confidence level of 95% and about 5% margin of error, this is statistically significant, but the demographics here don't precisely reflect the demographics of the Durham community. So for instance, we saw some overrepresentation in white respondents and female respondents. And if you go to the next slide. We also asked zip codes so we could see where in Durham we were hearing from. So you can see on this map the zip codes which are shaded darker blue saw more responses and the lighter ones saw less responses. And this relatively matched up to the population, plus or minus like 3 or 4% depending on the zip code. The most overrepresentation we saw here was in that South Durham 27713 zip code and the downtown 27701 zip code. So the main takeaway here as we go through these results is that the results are statistically significant, but there are potential biases in the data to the degree which the community and the survey respondents don't necessarily match up demographic-wise. So we asked residents which of our proposed strategic plan focus areas were most important to them. So residents were presented with these 7 options as well as the departments which were in them, and they were given the option to check as many or as few as they liked. So on average, residents selected about 4 of these, and here you can see the number of respondents who selected each one as well as the percentage. So for instance, regional leadership was selected by 72% of residents, but a lot of people selected that as well as a few other ones. And we also asked a couple of open-ended questions, and residents could write whatever they wanted here. So we asked what they hope to see Durham County accomplish over the next 5 years and just any other thoughts they have as residents of Durham County. Our team went through 451 of these comments and parsed out themes and tried to group them based on how similar they were. And what you see here is basically the frequency which some topics were mentioned. So for instance, somebody could have mentioned planning and the libraries in the same comment, so each of these columns would have a mention there.
During the initial presentation of the DECO Forward 2029 strategy to the county mission, vision, and core values was discussed, and the issue of lack of DEIB language was raised. The Office of Strategy and Performance, in collaboration with the Office of Equitable Wellbeing, revised the mission, vision, and core values to be inclusive and equitable to all Durham County residents and the future of Durham County. The recommended mission, vision, and core values is the culmination of voices from the community, employees, executive leadership, and feedback from the SWAT meetings. And I'd like to read those to you right now. These are our recommended mission statement. Durham County aims to cultivate responsible public service, vital for all residents to experience a high quality of life and amplify the diverse heritage of the community. Our recommendation for the vision is Durham County is an empowered and vibrant community with opportunities for all residents to live, grow, and thrive. And our recommendation for core values: to serve with integrity, engage with empathy, build trust and accountability, provide equitable customer experiences, nurture belonging and inclusion, and foster teamwork and collaboration. And we welcome feedback on these recommendations from the board. Sorry, we have one slide that's actually missing, and I apologize. I'm just going to read my notes on it, if that's okay, and we can send you over the revised presentation after this. Okay. As discussed during the November board retreat, the transitioning of the previous strategic plan goals into focus areas. So the previous plan had 5 goal areas. This shift in language from goals to focus areas was intentional to suggest, rather than hitting a goal that has an endpoint, we would structure the strategic plan around areas which we'll continuously focus on over time. The 7 focus areas also reflect the new county organizational structure implemented in 2023. In our previous goal-oriented plan, the general managers aligned with the county's goals to promote accountability. Through the transition of Durham County's organizational structure, we've aligned executive leaders to focus areas to promote collaboration between the departments. Project-based work and accountability in moving the needle forward on high-level objectives. Executive sponsorship does not always align to organizational structure, and as you can see from the slide, of course it's not up here, I apologize, there are now 7 strategic focus areas, which will have strategically focused objectives and action-oriented initiatives. We will go through all 7 focus areas with you today. Now I turn the presentation over to C.G. Garner.
I just want to interject. It is on, if we click on the link, that slide is uploaded. Yeah.
Good morning. I am C.G. Garner, one of the Strategic Initiatives Analysts for the Office of Strategy and Performance. On this slide, you will see the high-performing organization focus area. The objectives in this focus area are captured by our budget department, finance, grants administration, and the tax administration department. This focus area is described as collecting, funding, and managing resources for the high-quality service delivery. The executive sponsor for this would be Deputy County Manager Claudia Hager. In the interest of time today, we will be discussing only the high-level objectives, and what you can see in front of you and on the screen are the action-oriented initiatives that are listed. So the high-level objectives are effectively allocate resources to meet community needs and maintain a resilient, diversified financial position, create systems which foster timely, accurate, and effective financial service delivery across the county, and promote education on county finances and tax programs to residents.
I just have a quick question. When do you want to hear any input from us, like related to each of these areas? Like, do you want us to wait till the end, or do you want to go through section by section?
I think would it be easier for y'all if we had it all at the end in case there's questions that y'all answer throughout the presentation?
Yes, for ease of collecting notes, yes, that'd be best.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Moving to the next focus area, we have the regional leadership. The objectives in this focus area are captured by transportation, the city-county departments, economic development, Board of Elections, and public information. This focus area is described as being a regional leader at the forefront of service delivery that improves the quality of life for residents. And the executive sponsor for this one would be Deputy County Manager Maurice Jones. The high-level objectives are create, increase, and connect all Durham residents to equitable economic opportunities, enhance access to regional multimodal transportation offerings, and empower and equip county departments to celebrate achievements and success stories. And moving to the next focus area, we have the safe and resilient community. And this is captured by our Sheriff's Department, Emergency Services, Youth Home, Justice Services, and CISS, which is Community Intervention and Support Services. This focus area described as creating a community where all residents feel safe and can thrive. And the executive sponsor for this one would be Assistant County Manager Dwayne Brinson. The high-level objectives are increased equitable outcomes and opportunities for youth in Durham, create thriving, healthy, and safe environments for residents and county employees, and equitably invest in and increase restorative and wraparound services for employees and residents. And I will be passing it on to my phenomenal teammate, Adriana Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This focus area is community infrastructure, and the objectives of this focus area are captured by Register of Deeds. Come on, Biscuit. Okay, let's refocus real quick. Infrastructure. The departments that are capturing this focus area are Register of Deeds. Oh, we're good. All right, that's fine. No worries.
I got it. Engineering is Register of Deeds, Engineering, Soil and Water, and General Services.
Thank you so much, Manager. The focus area is described as maintaining and improving the foundational structure needed to build a sustainable future for all residents, and the executive sponsor is Assistant County Manager Julio Delgado. The objectives in this area are plan for the long-term equitable use of county land, facilities, and equipment, increase the physical safety of the county, and strengthen diverse external partnerships to prepare for growth, creating a better quality of life for Durham's community. The next focus area is community empowerment. Community empowerment objectives are captured by library, veteran services, and cooperative extension. This focus area is described as empowering the community to enhance their opportunities to thrive. The executive sponsor for this area is Assistant County Manager Tammy Hall, and the objectives are promote available services, educational resources, and support networks to diverse communities, and to improve the chances for all residents in Durham to thrive in the community. Our next focus area is healthy and inclusive community. This focus area's objectives are captured by social services, public health, and equitable well-being. This focus area is described as engaging the community in equitable and inclusive services that support the health and well-being for all. The executive sponsor for this area is Assistant County Manager Joanne Pierce, and the high-level objectives are equitably increase healthy outcomes and quality of life for all, and identify opportunities to increase equitable outcomes in county operations and services. For our final focus area, we have responsible governance. The objectives in this area are captured by strategy and performance, human resources, internal audit, county attorney, clerk to the board, and information services and technology, or IS&T. This focus area is described as streamlining government processes and increasing trust with the community. The executive sponsor for this area is Chief of Staff Shannon Trapp, and the 4 high-level objectives are review and develop well-defined policies and procedures that effectively address organizational needs, develop, retain, and recruit diverse, qualified, and knowledgeable staff, establish and sustain a county-wide culture of data-informed decision-making and continuous improvement, and to create public-facing content for accountability and transparency around county focus areas. That slide concludes the presentation of the high-level objectives and action-oriented initiatives. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you again for the time to present the update of DECO Forward 2029. Moving on from today, the Office of Strategy and Performance is engaging with the community in at least 2 forums, one in person and one virtually, and will be a collaboration with the Budget Office. Additionally, the Office of Strategy and Performance is meeting with department directors and their staff to further refine the objectives and initiatives presented here and start the pre-planning process for the new performance management system that will be developed in fiscal year 2025. Last, the Office of Strategy and Performance plans to work with our consultant to survey the employees and residents to gather as many voices as we can. The Office of Strategy and Performance plans a final draft to be before the board for approval no later than June 24th. Therefore, we can have a July 1 implementation date. Again, thank you for your time and attention, and we welcome any questions regarding the strategic planning process.
Thank you so much. This is an amazing presentation. Y'all brought the fireworks that I asked for. But thank you for the intentionality y'all put behind this of surveying so many staff members, the community members, and showing us the demographics of where we've gotten responses from. I think that's really, really valuable information for us as a board to see where our residents are really engaged, and also it gives us an idea for areas that we need to get our residents a little bit more involved in these processes. Before I pass it on, I just had one quick question. The departments listed under each executive sponsor, specifically like the last one, they don't necessarily report to that department, just fall under. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Then I will say we have about 10-15 minutes for this item for questions. I'll start on this side, ask folks to be cognizant of their colleagues being able to ask questions too. So Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't particularly have questions today. I need to, as I say, chew on it a bit more. But I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you've done. This is amazing, and I appreciate it.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thanks for being such a great team, you guys, and coming forward with work that I can tell you are proud of yourselves, and you should be. So thank you very much. I'm going to say just a couple of things, one at a high level and one more specific. And I'm only saying a couple of things because these couple of things really matter to me. At a high level, I think less words is better, and I also think that simplicity is really important so that the community can understand it, can regurgitate it even. And right now, I couldn't do that. And so, just looking at it one time or a couple of times because over the weekend, but you know what I mean. So there's that. And then second of all, I think it's imperative that we have as a focus area something that we call out explicitly related to the environment. I just think that every other problem that we deal with pales in comparison, and really, if we don't get a handle on environmental sustainability, all of our other challenges are moot because we're not going to be here to deal with them. So I just really want us to call that out explicitly. If there's a way to combine any of the focus areas so that there's fewer of them, I don't know, 7 to me feels like a lot. I liked 5. I feel like I'm being critical, and I don't want to be. Basically, the work is great, and I just really think those two things matter a lot to me, and I just want to say them. Please know, though, that I really appreciate your work and think it's excellent so far. This is really hard to do well, and you guys are doing a great job.
I don't know if you wanted to respond, or we'll go to Vice Chair Burns.
Thank you very much.
I don't know why people are raising their hands. We're going in order. I just wanted to say, I want to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Carter for a couple of reasons. When I first got elected, we had these goal areas, right? Like, they made sense to me because I was running for office, so I looked them up, and I knew what they were, and I knew what I was coming into. And I said with the manager, I get that we're coming away from that because the public didn't know what these goal areas were. Like, they'll say, okay, this assistant county managers over this goal, where the community didn't know what the goal was, so it didn't, But I kind of got to lean in with Commissioner Carter just a little bit to say, this would also be somewhat difficult to consume. I'm not saying that we take anything away. I actually don't have a problem with it like this because this is how we would have it in manuals. I would just be interested, seeing as how you all are doing a minimum of 2. I hope that that minimum is, like you're saying, we're going to do another one. I would be really interested to see how the public would chew on this. So that's I don't have a problem with this in a manual that I get. I don't have a problem with it if this is what we have out in our offices. But to sit and go through, because quite frankly, some people have no idea what the Register of Deeds does, or what facilities does, and that is under an umbrella of an umbrella, and then we're going to give them all these things. So it would just be interesting to see what those public comment periods would go back. And maybe you all are not going to give them to the public the way you gave it to us, but I know we've seen pieces of this when we were doing our public policy retreat, and now we're seeing it again. So I just want you to be cognizant of of the folks that we're working with. You only hit another one I was going to hit. I was somewhat concerned. There are 2 things that I think should be in here that I didn't necessarily see, but it's one of those things. It's no different from our community benefits agreement that we do with companies that come in. We have a myriad of things in there, but people can pick and choose what they want to do based on how much tax incentive they want to get with us. And we put a lot in there because we want people to know what's in our marrow. I personally feel like 2 things that are in this board's marrow and that I would hope would be in the board's marrow going forward are, 1, environmental sustainability, and 2, minority and women participation on these contracts. So those are the 2 things I just do not see explicitly highlighted. If we have done a disparity study and we are moving into implementation stage and we have project managers and now we are working with all these companies that we come in to hit a goal of 25%, I personally, whether that's pie in the sky, I know we can't necessarily have quotas, but if we are demanding that folks that we want people to do that who are coming in here, we ourselves have to do it, and we have to say it in everything that we put out. That when we are doing business, we are trying to work within the community with women, with people of color, because they make up a significant demographic in this county. If we know that the city just got $4.8 million for battery charging stations, if we know that the school is now trying to have more electric buses, if we see bus rapid transit is going to natural gas, if we have now said that we want to be carbon neutral by 80% carbon neutral by 2030, 100% by 2050, all of that needs to be in there somewhere so that people know that these are our values. So those are the 2. I agree with environmental sustainability, but I really need to see something about minority women and participation and some form of goal, and I mean that is across the board. And I'll stop here. The reason why I'm throwing it out there, it is not to bully any of the CMAs. It is not to bully any of the DMAs. It is literally to say that we give out $1 billion a year, and I get it. Nobody's saying that you haven't been doing your part. Nobody's saying you haven't been making a best faith effort. But Tammy's not even in the room. We now have a person here who has rebranded our MWB office, and we need to make sure that everybody across the board is making best efforts to recruit locally and recruit equitably. That's all I'm saying. So those are my 2 that I just need to see it in there bigger than this.
Commissioner Jacobs? Thank you, Vice Chair Burns.
Thank you. This is really important, the work that you are doing. We have not updated our strategic plan in a long time, and frankly, we're at a very different time within the trajectory. Me being part of this organization for 11 years, I feel like we're at a really pivotal time when there's all these things happening and we're really looking towards, the next 20 years and all of these opportunities that we have with our growth. I think I'm going to just speak high level right now because I would like the opportunity to actually meet with you all to kind of go more into detail. But I think echoing what everybody said, that because this is so complicated, I get it. And so one of my questions is every single county department included or represented specifically under each of these goal areas? I haven't counted them up, and I see some listed, but is that reflected? Are all the departments literally listed in one of these areas?
You're going to see all the departments listed as part of it, but they may not be represented in each individual objective area because these are our 2 to 5 year high overarching goals to reach. And so every department might not be tied directly to it through the objective. Now, there may be a measurement inside of the initiative level or at the business plan level where each department will be connected to it, but you may not be represented directly by the objective.
Okay, so under the goal focus areas, I see like here, responsible governance, there's departments listed. Would we find every department listed? Okay.
Under a focus area, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I just want to
Yes.
make sure.
Correct.
I think that's really important.
Correct, yes.
And I want to echo what my fellow board members have said is I think the language needs to be as clear and simple and concrete and direct as possible. This is something I have trouble with personally. So I know how hard it is. And I think, like, for me, actually, this one does a really good job of that. When I look at the objectives and then the initiatives underneath, like the initiatives here are very concrete. Like they look like things that can be measured, but I don't necessarily see that in the other areas. I think it's important that we get away from some of the more abstract language and also, really what are things that initiatives that we can actually measure. And then also thinking about things that are already priorities of this board and that we're also investing in systemically and some of our adopted plans. So I do want to also lift up that I didn't see enough specifics about protecting our natural resources, environmental, energy sustainability and resiliency. The other thing is I also want to ask you, are you also reaching out specifically when to each of the departments to get their direct feedback on the language? That's really important because, like, I noticed, for instance, the one on, there's a reference to, for instance, under, I think it's health. Maybe we can go back. Is it health? Oh, there we are. Okay. So again, language is so important. Number 1C, related to substance use and opioid dependency. Like, we wouldn't say dependency. We would say opioid use disorder. So I think making sure that we reach out directly to the folks that are working in these areas about what is the best language to use to be sensitive to that is going to be really, really important. And then I noticed even related to the first one about forget the first item, but that we looked at. If you could go back to the first one. High performing. Like the first one, number 1, like for me, one of the priorities needs to be making investments that diversify our tax base. We talk about, like, we need to, do a sportsplex, expand a convention center. So, like, that's like something I would want to see reflected in there, diversifying our revenues. So, anyway, that's why I say I would love to sit down and meet with you one-on-one. But I think this is a really great start because we have to have something to all respond to. And this is really challenging. And I appreciate the way you are digging into this. And I think this is a great start. And I look forward to working on this further. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you all again very much for your feedback. And yes, we would love to meet one-on-one with each commissioner in the near future.
Thank you. I have one last thing also. I noticed that there's the other elected bodies like the sheriff, there's city county departments and register of deeds. Can we also integrate education somewhere to this, like where that relationship is, or, yeah, thank you. Thank you all so much again for this amazing presentation and all of the work. I know hours and hours and hours went into this, so thank you. And I look forward to our individual conversations.
Thank you so much.
With that, we are going to be taking our break. We do have 2 items after break and then some closed session. So I want to ask, do folks think a 20-minute break is good to get us 12:05 we return? Okay, so we will see everyone back at 12:05. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us during our break. We are now going to move on to our next agenda item, which is 24-0065, the draft FY25 Durham Annual Transit Work Program presentation with our Transit Director, Ellen Beckman. And Ellen, we have, 1 hour allocated to this item, so I'm thinking, do you need 40-minute presentation, 20-minute questions? Sound good to you? Or? Okay, 20-minute. Wait, we're going to do 20-minute presentation, 20-minute questions.
You've always been my favorite. Nothing against the rest of y'all.
Okay.
Ellen, I'm not going to take nothing.
We'll do 2020 then.
Okay, ready to go? All right, I'm Ellen Beckman, Transportation Director for Durham County. I'm here to present the FY25 Draft Work Program for the Durham County Transit Plan. I have a team here and online, actually, to help answer questions. Steve Schlossberg from Go Triangle, he's our tax district administrator, so doing the financial side of the development of this work program. And Jenny Green, again, from the city of Durham, who manages the Go Durham Mobility Services Planning. Right? Online, Jay Hikus from Go Triangle is also on there. He's a services planner for Go Triangle, and I'm not sure his exact title. And lastly, I know Brandy Miner, Durham County's staff working group administrator, is on listening. Unfortunately, she has COVID, so she would be here presenting, and we certainly couldn't have gotten here without her help. So I want to acknowledge her work. All right. So the work program is the annual budget for the Durham County Transit Plan. Those of you know that we adopted the new Durham County Transit Plan last spring. So this is kind of our first time going through the budget process under that new framework. Our governance policy says that the work program now needs to be adopted by both the Durham County Board of Commissioners and the Go Triangle Board. So I want to emphasize that throughout this work program, we're trying to operationalize that transit plan. And we're not trying to change major things. It was just adopted. This is really putting that plan into action with specific projects for the next year. So similar to that, we are maintaining the key themes of that plan. Those were improving the current system. We did a lot of public engagement with the plan, and you'll remember that what we heard from bus riders was how important it was to improve the bus system. So more routes, more frequency, more reliability. So that's maintained in this work program. Also, connecting the region with quick and reliable service. And we have a placeholder in the plan, and we have a placeholder in this work program for projects that help connect Durham to the region through, be it bus rapid transit or passenger rail or other types of major investments. And then thirdly, better experience at stops and stations, so improving bus stops throughout the county and improving our transit centers. And then lastly, more projects sooner. We're trying to accomplish both short-term projects that can be done more quickly and reserving the capacity for longer-term projects. So this is my favorite pie chart in the whole plan. This kind of shows how the funding is allocated to specific projects. And the top is from the Durham County Transit Plan, and the bottom is the updated version with these work program projects. So they're very similar, which is good. First and foremost, enhancing and extending bus services, so more buses on the streets. And then secondly, that quick and reliable regional connections. And then thirdly, the bus stop improvements. There are some changes after that, though, that I'll talk about more as we talk about the specific projects. But for the most part, a lot of this is very consistent with that prioritization balance of projects that we set in the transit plan. One other part of the Durham County Transit Plan was improving community trust. And improving community trust through more kind of better budget documents and transparency about what we're funding, as well as an accountability structure. So this work program starts to put that into action. We have our transit plan, which is our vision plan, and then the work program, again, the budget. You'll notice that the project sheets for each project now include some implementation and performance metrics. So that's a new element that was required by our new governance agreements. Those project sheets will then go into project agreements that are approved. And we intend to track those implementation metrics. We're developing a website, transit tracker, to keep track of all this. And it'll be displayed to the public and to the boards. So this all kind of fits together where we go from vision plan to specific projects and implementation. And then, of course, the results hope will inform our next transit plan and our next budget. So this is an example of those project sheets and the implementation metrics and performance metrics. I will say that this part is a work in progress. Like in some of the project sheets you'll see in development. So we'll be working with all of our partners to refine those over the next couple of months. This is the draft document. The final will come back in 2 months. But here's an example, the Bus Stop Improvements Program, which is managed by Go Triangle. You remember last year we talked a lot about this, and there were some goals set to deliver 50 stop improvements in FY25, and then 75 stop improvements in 26 and thereafter, till all the bus stops in Durham are improved. All right, so by the numbers, here's our FY25 work program budget. So the vast majority of the funding comes from the half-cent sales tax for public transit in Durham. You'll notice, compared to the Durham County Transit Plan, there is no vehicle rental tax included here as a revenue, so this reflects the Go Triangle Board's decision to retain that. So our total funding estimated for next year for revenue is about $45 million. When we updated the sales tax number to reflect the actuals in the past year, and then applied that long term in the financial model, it resulted in about an 8% increase in overall revenues. So that's good news. We have more funding than what we anticipated during the transit plan.
A quick question, Ellen. With the 8% overall increase in revenue, does that reflect also the decrease of losing the vehicle registration fee?
The vehicle rental tax.
I mean the rental tax?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So that was about 2.5% of the revenues in the transit plan. So that has gone away. All right. So the overall forecasted expenditures are shown here. We have both capital projects and operating projects. A lot of the capital projects are infrastructure like bus stops, vehicle acquisition, and then we have a placeholder for regional connections. We wanted to make sure that we had a placeholder in this work program for opportunities for grants or other opportunities that might arise to continue to pursue that. And then secondly, on the operating side, we have a lot of staff. That's transit plan administration and tax district administration. And then transit operations is the running of the buses by Go Triangle, Go Durham, and Durham County Access. So here's the expenditures by agency. City of Durham and Go Triangle are the largest entities, as they are the ones who operate the majority of the bus service in Durham County. So in the end, with the revenues and forecasted expenditures, we end up with about a $6.6 million fund balance transfer. I do want to note, though, that, of course, we modeled long-term all of our commitments of operations and capital projects through 2040. One other enhancement to this work program is that we're now including a multi-year operating program and a capital improvement program. That wasn't there last year, so that those are shown in some tables in the back that show what we expect to need to spend through 2040. Steve helps us model all this, revenues and expenditures, to make sure we can afford it. long-term, and that any decisions today aren't precluding our ability to do projects later. So that's the cash flow kind of diagram shown here. We are meeting our adopted financial policy for all of the kind of reserves and the excess liquidity that we required in the transit plan. So we're not changing any of that. All of those financial policies are the same. And we did want to make sure it was known that there are anticipated expenditures into the future, especially as we do larger capital projects, that the fund balance today will be needed.
So by policy, is that the fund balance line?
Yeah. So we had adopted a policy that said we would have a $10 million minimum fund balance.
Oh my God, but we have so much. We have over 10 times that much.
Today, but you see that the chart dips into the future.
I guess it does get close to the line, and between fiscal year 35 and fiscal year 40, I guess it does get close to the line, but it jumps right back up again, you know, which is good, but I just like to spend the taxpayers' dollars, not every single penny, but I don't know, it's my thing. Fund balances always worries me. Anyway, just point noted.
Yeah, and Ellen, I was going to jump in because I think that this slide can be misleading if you don't understand that the liquidity is because it is being budgeted for different projects along the way. So I think that there needs to be some explanation about what liquidity is. That is the money that's being used to actually fund all of these investments. So it's not like and also around the fund balance transfers, that is because we have to have money at different points in time to actually implement what's in the plan. And especially some of the big regional infrastructure projects are going to take a huge amount of money. So I would just say if you could give some thought to how to better be able to explain the complexity of this, and that it's not money just sitting there. It's actually already been programmed in the budget.
Yeah. Certainly can modify this slide. Again, like the multi-year operating program and capital improvement program go through 2040, so that we are anticipating those costs, and we did model it, and we actually had to revise it several times to get a model that worked. There were more requests than what is in this document. We had to cut it back a little bit to make it work. So I wouldn't say that we are hanging on to any funding unnecessarily. Like, there is definitely a plan for it. That's what the multi-year operating program and CIP represent.
Not to belabor the point, but why is our policy that we are only going to have $10 million in fund balance if we need so much more than that? Well, maybe we need to change our policy.
So one thing with the policy is, so we actually have a capital reserve fund balance that authorizes that 5% of whatever rolling 10-year capital is already reserved. So on top of that, for example, this year, around $29 million will be reserved for the capital fund balance. So the financial policy that we all discussed was a 5% capital reserve fund balance and the equivalent of 90 days operating expenses. Then on top of that, working with the partners, we discussed, just in case there was ever a recession, let's say, to have an excess of another $10 million on top. That's what that minimum fund balance policy is. So there is a fund balance already baked in, and plus another 10 on top of that. So it's actually adding very conservative extra kind of cushion just in case. So we wanted to make sure that you already have this amount that's allocated plus an extra $10 million. So as you see, and it looks like FY 35, 36, the low point is $22 million, but out of that $22 million, excess liquidity is only another $12 million that you could spend on new projects. The other thing I would say, through FY 40 and beyond, part of, as Ellen mentioned, we only budgeted through 40 projects. So as the process, the vision plan keeps going, we will be obviously looking at 40 to 45, and that's where those excess funds will be drawn down. So obviously a continuation of transit operations will, the new capital projects and things like that. So it grows, but then the assumption is there'll be new projects to take its place.
So talking about specific projects, we have a whole lot of continuing projects that have already been funded and that will continue. And the operating projects are included in the document. We are working on the carryover capital project sheets. They will be added. That's the appendix that says in development. So I want to note that that will be coming forward with the final plan. And then we updated some projects. Maybe the costs went up, maybe the scope changed, and in some cases the project sponsor changed. And then there's some new projects. And by new, meaning they weren't in a previous work program. Most of them were in our transit plan, though. We expected them to happen. They're just now starting this year. There are 2 proposed projects that were not, so I'll talk about those a little bit later. So going back to the themes, first of all, improving the current system. So one of our big categories of funding are those bus operating projects. This work program reflects the priorities of the short-range transit plans. So, we developed the vision plan, and then Go Durham and Go Triangle look really closely at the specific services and do public outreach with the riders and determine how exactly to run the routes and how exactly number of buses are needed for which route. And so when they did that work, it did change the specific funding from the transit plan to this work program. So this work program incorporates those updates. But in general, it is consistent with those goals that we had to provide more frequency and more routes. It did result in a small change to those wedges. So if you looked at that pie chart, that's what resulted in those changes for the enhance and extend service and the more routes to more places. And I'll note that most of the changes here are on the Go Durham system. The Go Durham system was able to restore ridership or restore service recently. Those of you know we've had a bus driver shortage for a long time. They're making progress on that, and they were able to restore ridership or restore service in January. And so now, with continued additional bus drivers, they'll be able to add more services. So that's reflected here. So as we add more service, we're going to need more maintenance capacity. So one of the significant changes here is to increase the transit plan share for improvements to the Go Durham Fay Street bus operations and maintenance facility, and plan for the construction of a new separate paratransit maintenance facility. So due to
additional work on the analysis about what is needed there, the cost has risen, and we were able to increase the transit plan share from $5 million to $30 million for those 2 projects collectively. This would represent about 50% of the total estimated project cost, so it will require additional funding, either federal funding or local funding, to make up the other 50%. And that's resulted in a change to that operations and maintenance wedge. Go Triangle has plans to improve their maintenance facility. There really was no change, though, in the funding from the transit plan, so I just wanted to note that both systems are working on making sure that the maintenance facilities are sufficient for the anticipated increased service. So one of the other key themes was better experience at stops and stations. So a couple changes that were made. We increased the transit plan share for funding for Durham Station from $2.7 million to $9.98 million. Many of you know that the City of Durham also received a $10.8 million federal grant for that project. So it's about 50-50 or so, transit plan and federal grant funding. So that will improve the main downtown bus station and add more covering to protect riders from the elements, safety and security upgrades, and other types of things like that. The City of Durham is also starting a planning study to look at the Village Mobility Hub. So Mobility Hub is kind of like the buzzword for
major bus stop. Everyone uses that term now. It's like, so if you hear that, it's a big bus stop where multiple routes maybe come together and you need, larger shelters, more waiting area. So they're going to be doing a planning study for that. They received a federal grant for planning, and we also increased the anticipated transit plan funding for construction in future years up to $1.5 million. And then thirdly, we had funding in the work program for access to transit projects, in other words, sidewalks that provide you access to those bus stops. And we also anticipated more funding in the future years of the transit plan. So the City of Durham has identified 2 projects for those funds, a sidewalk on Junction Road and a sidewalk on Horton Road. The budget is consistent with the previously adopted and forecasted transit plan funding overall. But now we kind of have specific projects identified. And then thirdly, there are many other improvements being made to stops and stations. Go Triangle is continuing to do the bus stop improvements program. There was no real significant changes there, but I just wanted to make sure it's known that project, long-term project, will continue. Also, Go Triangle is working on improving their regional mobility hub in RTP, where the main hub for their system. And then the City of Durham is continuing work on the Fayetteville and Holloway corridor projects. So fast and reliable regional service. So this, again, was like the second biggest wedge in that pie chart. We have a placeholder in the model for a long-term project or projects. We did extend the timeline. Doing a project like this takes a lot of time. There's a lot of planning work and design work that has to take place before construction can start. So we did reflect that in what is in the model. And then we're also reserving some annual funding for planning or grant matching opportunities. So that's that $500,000 that was there. So that's the update we made. We are also continuing on the 3 projects listed, the bus speed and reliability study managed by the DCHCMPO. They're going to be starting the scoping process for that momentarily. At the last, the Q2 amendment that came to this board 3 months ago reflected a Durham County contribution to the NCDOT FAST 2.0 study. So that's the study NCDOT is doing to look at how to integrate transit into highway projects. So that will get underway shortly. And then we also have about $600,000 approved for the East Durham Railroad Crossing Study by Durham County. So many of y'all know, we received a $1.2 million federal grant for planning. I just received draft agreements from FRA. They've been kind of slow. I think they got a lot of money and their processes are a little slow in getting it out the door. But as soon as we get those agreements, they'll come to this board and that project will get underway. We also, in the fall, we discussed that we could potentially use some of this money as a match for an NCDOT RTP intercity passenger rail station. So that's kind of an example of what that planning and grant matching placeholder could be used for. When opportunities like that arise, we want to be able to contribute. All right, so there's 2 new projects that really were not contemplated in the transit plan, but have been requested by the City of Durham and Go Triangle. They're both related to bus fare subsidies. So the City of Durham's project is called Direct Investment in Mobility Equity Program. And they're asking us to, I should say the city intends to continue fare-free in FY25, but hasn't made a long-term decision yet. They've asked to reprogram about $374,000 from 2 projects that were related to fares already that were in our past work program to this effort. So it's about $374 going from those 2 projects to this new project. That's not sufficient to fully cover the cost of fare-free service. So the city also has a budget request for $1.9 million of city funding that's, as you know, will be working its way through their budget process. And then secondly, Go Triangle. Go Triangle does intend to return to fares in FY25, and they have proposed this regional low-income fare program. So it would be across the whole region, from the transit plan funded 70% Wake, 20% Durham, 10% Orange, and it would add $78,000 starting in FY25. So this would provide free bus passes to people who are already receiving like public assistance through various programs. So they would return to fares, but those who qualify for that would receive a fare-free pass. So these are new, and for the draft, we're seeking any feedback on policies or principles you have around these two programs. Okay, so those are the projects. Our process is that this work program was released for public comment last week. We require a 21-day public comment period, so it's open for the next 3 weeks. We are going to be presenting to other boards as well to get their feedback. The staff working group, which is kind of the staff committee that develops this, will be voting on a final version, and it will come back to you in April for approval. And then it will go to the Go Triangle Board of Trustees. So it has to be approved by the two boards. So it's on the Durham County website. It's on the Go Triangle, Go Forward website. We're also doing some pop-up events at Durham Station to engage with transit riders over the next few weeks.
Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Ellen and team. It's a very detailed report. I'll start it on this end for questions, starting with Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I just want to say fantastic work. I mean, 143-page update to the work plan. I mean, I've just never seen anything like this. So I'm so impressed with all of the collaboration and all of the great work that is being done, really in accordance with our new transit plan. It's just really exciting to see it being implemented. So one of my questions is around, again, similar to the update or the 2023 report is, I know we're going to have these 3 pop-ups at Durham Station, but I think it's important that we send this out directly to, again, the PACs, the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, Durham Committee, People's Alliance, INC, and ask people specifically, please send this out to your membership with that request so that we can get it out. So great to see that we have higher revenues that we thought we were going to have, even with the loss of some of our revenues. The budget for this year, even though it's higher, are we basically following the plan in terms of generally what we had budgeted for? That was one of my questions.
On an annual, like on just a 1 year at a time basis, we didn't. I don't think we ran those numbers specifically. We're more looking at the through 2040.
Okay.
Because in some years you may be heavy in one area, especially if you're doing one big capital project, right? And light in another area, but in the end, it evens out to be mostly consistent with that transit plan.
Okay. Well, I guess I think that's going to be really important that we think about how we are tracking that to make sure that because we just saw that the amount doubled for Durham Station. I mean, we're being asked to contribute to some other things, which is fine, but that was one of my questions when I was reading this. And I also did look through the 143-page plan, and I looked at the budgets, and I was, so I think that tracking, if we can have some way of really tracking, because it's so complicated. Even the budget that you have in there, that compares last year's budget and this year's expenditure. I noticed like the capital was a lot lower this year than it was last year for the city. But anyway, so I think just trying to, I'll feel better knowing that we are somehow have some way of keep making sure we're staying in the ballpark. And I think the whole concept of the putting money aside to the fund balance is going to be really important to communicate with people, because what you're going to get is well, why are we not spending that money now? And I think explaining that is intentional so that we can afford some of these really, really big infrastructure needs that we're going to have, especially, hopefully we're going to be able to do BRT after we do this bus speed and reliability project. And hopefully we're going to keep having some opportunities to match some federal railway grants to implement passenger rail. But I think that's going to be important to communicate on the slides and in the presentation. In terms of the two new things that you were asking about for possible funding, I totally support us supporting fair equity and making sure that transit is accessible and affordable to all people. So I think that's great. The project pages that you have at the end, I noticed it's in progress, but especially around the administrative positions, like kind of tracking that, I think is going to be really important for us to show how is that money being used and how are we measuring that it's money well spent and all that. I wanted to also lift up that with the regional transit, the RTP regional hub, that there's also NCDOT Rail Division has included funding for that hub as part of one of their grants. And then the NCRR actually is also included in one of their grant proposals, studying double tracking from RTP to I guess, I don't know how far it goes into East Durham, but the East Durham tracking, doing double tracking. So I think that's really significant that we also are seeing this partnership and other agencies helping us and having that outlook. So I think that's really exciting. And also the Durham Transit Tracker. When do you think that might be up and running?
I hope to bring a contract for approval next month. We're close. We've selected a consultant, and we're working on the agenda item. So
wow,
should
that
be
is fantastic.
Soon. We'll be using a consultant that has developed these sorts of dashboards in other communities and has a lot of experience. So they had a lot of good ideas, and I'm excited about that. I mean, that could be, to get to your points on this, we intend that could incorporate the actual expenditure of dollars and report on that, every, what we said we were going to update that twice a year. So you'll have that, once we get this all in place, hopefully we'll have that up and in a kind of easily accessible website.
Fantastic, great work. And I love the maps on the bus routes too. So great work. Thank
Ryan
you so
Eldridge,
much.
Durham County, also worked on those. So
Great.
appreciate his help.
Thank you to everyone who's done such great work for our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. Vice Chair Burns?
I'll be really quick, and because I know we got other presentations and other folks want to go. So I'm going to try to do yes and no questions if that's helpful for y'all and not pontificate Number one, I know that we have our transit public comment that's open. I know you highlighted that. It closes on like the 21st. I just want to know, like, how is it going? Are we seeing people engage with it? Because I agree with the suggestions we have, but are we seeing people click on it? Are we seeing comments coming in?
I do not know that information.
Okay, that's fine.
I can get back to you. It went live late last week.
Right. So, the first week is usually when people want to jump on something, and then like the last week. So I'm all about ramping up our efforts, but I was just curious to see what it was so far. My next one, so I asked this the other week at the special tax board meeting for Go Triangle, and I know that we braid funding for all of these projects that we work on. But what I did want to ask was, so one of the vehicle tax has been sitting at $5 since like 1970, 80, something, whatever. It doesn't reflect like inflationary costs that have gone up. And so if it was indexed based on inflation, it'd probably be $12, right? Now, thank you for the affirmative nod. Did my homework before I came. So it would be $12. But Go Triangle is trying to lobby the General Assembly to bring it up to $7 because, of course, folks would have sticker shock if we shot it up to 12. So my question here, I know that I'm in support of it. I know some of the other county commissioners on other boards, when we were talking about it, it was somewhat foreign to them. My question kind of sort of for y'all, or at least for the transit, the staff committee that makes recommendations, are you all working with Go Triangle to also put forth a position that we need to move it up to $7? Because that's like $2 million that we're leaving on the table. I think just that additional $2 would net us $2 million more annually. So are we as a staff working group pushing that narrative also?
So Go Triangle, currently the Durham Transit Plan does have a $7 registration fee and a $3.
Right. So
we could bring back those comments to Go Triangle staff or leadership to let them know that if, as they're going through that process, to think about the transit plans too. I don't know that answer if that's part of the conversation. So we could definitely relay that.
Right, so that one is 7. There's one that's 5 that should be 12, and we're trying to up it to 7. Maybe I'm getting that one wrong, but no, thank you for that.
Yeah.
That's helpful, but I do think we all should be on the same page, and Go Triangle just shouldn't be going over to the General Assembly without. It's one thing if our board does it, it's another thing if our working group does it. I think we'll get some more traction if collectively the entire region agrees we need to move this fee up because we haven't changed it since before I was born.
I will take that message back.
That's something to be said. I think the only other thing I want to throw out there, I know that you gave us a chart last time, Ellen, on and it was, I remember it was like kind of purple, and it showed all the bus stop improvements that we were going to be making. So you're saying it's 50, I know about in 2025, it was 75 in 2026. What's the number for this year?
So our goal that we talked about last year was 40.
Was 40. Okay, I just want to know because it wasn't anything.
I mean, I'd have to defer to Go Triangle staff on the current status of where we're at on that. But
No, that's fine. That's what we just had 25 and 26. I was just adding, and it's a goal, so we're not holding you to that. I agree with everybody else. It's been an excellent presentation. And then my last question, I have a couple of more, but I'm gonna give it over. I can email you about these. I'm super excited. I'm happy they finally sent you the paperwork for the $1.2 million for the East Durham project with our train stops. I guess I know I'm saying it wrong, but just from you, what do you envision the end goal being? That's a pretty busy one. Like every time I drive over it, this is gonna sound weird. I think to myself, Ellen gonna figure this out with that $1 million that she had. Like I go through that, to head home. And there some days we had a question about what were some of the improvements we were making. We were at Houghton Career Center, and we had some questions like what improvements are being made in East Durham. We talked about housing. Commissioner Jacobs brought up the grocery store, and I did bring up this stop, but I was like, I don't even know what the end goal would be. And not that we have to have one, but it's a thought process that, we're going to Women of Brewster place this thing and like put up a wall, or is it that we're just going to make it safer, or we're going to cut off some of the tracks? Like, what are the I saw some of y'all laughing. Y'all got my reference. So, yeah, to put up a wall, but what is the thought process? What do we think comes out of that feasibility study for that intersection? Because it's rough.
Yeah. Well, the intention is to improve safety at
Right.
the 3 railroad crossings, right? There's a history of crashes at those 3 crossings. The train causes delays, unreliable travel times for people as well. So our intention is to improve safety first and foremost. That's how the funding was identified. We are going to do a planning study,
right?
And that involves a lot of community engagement, right? Starting with community engagement about what those goals are. Of course, safety we know is going to be one of them, but we want to also understand the bigger context that we're working in and how changes to those crossings could affect residents, businesses, other aspects, I can't say definitively today what the outcome is going to be, right?
But you're my
That's why we're
expert, so I
doing
gotta
the
ask
study.
you sometimes, like, what do you foresee? Because I don't have the lens that you have, right? So y'all were not with us in Indiana. I asked about 2 questions about bus rapid transit, and Ellen said, "Do you want to geek out about bus rapid transit?" I said, "Yeah." I couldn't join in, but then I realized, well, if I have any questions, this is who I need to ask. So, but no, I will. I'm gonna stop there. This one I will throw out. I will. I was gonna hold on this one, but we got to see some of the bus rapid. I know we're doing our study to figure out how we're gonna connect with it. I would imagine that maybe we would connect the same way that Wake County is. Do you envision? And because this is what I'm envisioning, I got to see one of the buses. It was ran off of natural gas. Do you envision that that's what our bus rapid transit might look like at the end of the study? And let me know if I'm getting you in trouble by asking that in the public.
The buses, the articulated bus.
Yes.
I saw that as well.
All right.
That could be what ends up being in place in Durham County. Like we are not sure at this point.
Yeah.
Like we have to do the study. I do know that, and Jenny can confirm this, that the improvements at Durham Station could accommodate buses like that. It's my understanding in the future.
Get in trouble, Jenny. Get in trouble.
Yeah, Jenny Green, City of Durham Transportation. The improvements at Durham Station are set up for future electrification and charging if needed.
And the longer articulated buses.
Oh, yes,
as well.
yes. There is space for the articulated.
Because that was weird to look at. Okay, I will leave it alone now. But thank you. That answers all of mine.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burns. Commissioner Carter?
This has been a truly informative report and really appreciate it. Agree with everything my colleagues have said along those lines, so thank you. And I think the fact that we have an accountability structure is remarkable, and I love it. And, it'd be great if we could figure out how to have more accountability structures for the things not related to transit, but just, related to other services that the county provides and other plans that we're trying to implement. I love the project sheets, and I wanted to ask one question about those. And it's related to, I'll start with this question. The project sheet question is a smaller subset of this question, which is, actually, this is a work program, and the plan that we have is, I feel like it's not exactly a transit plan. It's more like a transit tax plan. Would that be fair to say? Because we don't really know what else is planned, right, that the city is funding separately that's not included here. Is that a fair?
Yeah. I mean, this is the budget document that is specific to the 3 county-wide fees that we have that are required to be spent on public transit.
Right.
So the sales tax, the $3 vehicle registration fee, and the $7 fee.
Do you think we'll ever have, is there any appetite for having an actual transit plan that incorporates all of the transit programming that we have in the city of Durham, including Go Triangle, Go Durham, the city's funded, programs over and above this, I guess, existing services. Sidewalks, includes all the sidewalks. People ask all the time questions about sidewalks. It'd be great if we had project sheets on sidewalks. That was my other question was, do we have any accountability structure for things like that are somewhat outside of our transit tax and other smaller sources of income plan?
Yeah. I mean, I would say the MPO's plans are the most comprehensive that we have in the region. They adopt a CTP, which is unconstrained financially long-term.
That's a good point.
An MTP, which is the next 20 to 30 years and incorporates all revenues anticipated. So that might be the closest to what you're talking about, and it also includes all modes
Good
of
answer.
transportation.
Yeah, okay. Point well taken.
Yeah, so, there's other revenue sources like the state funds, city funds, and this is just related to the county transit funds.
Okay. Could someone talk about the paratransit improvements that are in the work plan? And, the access and Go Durham connects with microtransit. I just have been hearing that, I've been hearing some desire for faster, faster results around paratransit, or maybe even increased investment.
Sure, I can speak to that. The city, right now in the FY24 work program, is conducting a study, a paratransit improvement study. That study is going to conclude this summer with some recommendations to come out of it. And in future years, in this work program, there is funding that has been set aside from the Durham County Transit Plan for those improvements on the paratransit service, the Go Durham Access and Durham County Access programs.
And do you expect those will be enhanced services in the same way we're trying to enhance our bus, service? That there'll be more frequent and more routes, reaching more people, that kind of thing? Is that what you expect to come out of the paratransit study?
We hear a lot from customers about the need to improve customer service. So providing same-day bookings, providing, faster response times, shorter rides, things like that. And so those are key areas where we're trying to improve the service.
Can't wait to see the results of the study. Great. Thank you for that. Good answer. So one other question. Is there a way, let's say a developer wants to proffer a bus stop, right, as part of their development plan, but the bus stop is not one that's on Go Triangle's list. Is there a way for the city of Durham and Durham County to receive that bus stop, even though it's not on the list of bus stops that are targeted for improvement? This would be a new bus stop.
Yes.
The question came up at a meeting I was at. So, okay. And maybe later you could just let me know what is that mechanism? You don't have to necessarily tell me now, but...
Yes, I'm not familiar with the exact details of that, but I can get you in touch with the right person.
Great, thank you.
And I would say our goal is to improve every bus stop in Durham. We said that throughout the transit plan process, so we can't do that all at once, right? Go Triangle's looking at specific stops each year. But our goal long-term is to improve every stop.
All of them. Well, this was actually a new bus stop that was, this is not a hypothetical question. It came up. And so I'm glad to know there is a way that we can accept the construction of a bus stop by a developer.
Yeah, we have we have a construction team for transit improvements, and so they work directly to do inspections, and so that it's part of that acceptance process.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I get to see this twice. I get to see on the 7th again. My question that I'll ask today is about the revenue. I wanted to know if the tax dollars is included in that the board voted on that had to do with WAG. Is it included in the total amount?
So the vehicle rental fee is not included in next year's budget, next year's Durham County budget, because of the decision of the Go Triangle Board. Stephen would have to speak to Wake and Orange, but...
Yeah, so right now with Orange, it is also not included based on the Go Triangle Board's decision to retain it. Wake, there's discussions to actually release their draft plan with the option of it in and out, so included and excluded. So when that gets released, you'll see there will be financial data that shows with the inclusion and without the inclusion. There's still discussion, obviously, between Wake County, the Campo, which is the capital area MPO, and Go Triangle staff on the path forward. But the goal is to have a decision or just really a one clear path forward by the recommended plan. So it follows a very similar process where a draft plan goes out, public comment, comes back in, the technical committee, the staff working group here, the TPAC, which is Transit Planning Advisory Commission in Wake, will have a conversation based on public feedback, based on any adjustments, and then put out a recommended plan. So the goal and the hope is by the recommended plan to have a decision of what will be, if it's included and not included.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation, and thanks that I'll get to see it again. Thank you. Policy around what?
Policy around transit equity.
Yeah, Ellen had said she wanted some feedback on that, but maybe that's for another day.
I mean, you could think about it as well and
Yeah.
get back to me later.
I know that was one of the new programs that was added.
Yeah.
And but the city's paying for it all, right, out of their revenues? Or is some of it coming from the transit
Some will
tax?
come from the transit tax.
Okay.
Like that, the city's proposal had about $374,000 in next year's Durham County Transit Plan budget going towards that.
Okay.
And what they proposed is a $1.9 million request in their city budget.
And that's coming from city tax dollars or from the
Yes.
half-cent sales tax?
City.
City, city budget.
And I don't know if
Okay.
you want to speak to that, but that's my understanding. So, I mean, the loss of fare revenue is 2.4 million or so.
Okay.
A year.
Okay. All right. I also support, making fare at a rate that's accessible. I think we all do. I guess the question would be, do we make it fare free for everyone, or is it like Wake County's doing or Go Triangle's doing on more of a sliding scale kind of thing? So that would be the question, and I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, the systems have approached this in different ways.
Yeah.
So
I could see merits to both, and I don't know which one I would support at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Thank you so much, Ellen. Again, I think, to Commissioner Carter's point, I'm sure we can all continue to be in conversation with you and share feedback around the transit equity piece and all of it. But this is really amazing to see all of the detail that has really gone in to this. And I concur with Commissioner Jacobs about trying to get this information out as much as possible to different community groups. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be back in a couple months with the final version.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Thank you.
That brings us to our final discussion item for today, 24-0056, presentation from the Museum of Life and Science Capital Projects Update. We have 30 minutes allocated for this presentation, so we'll do the same we've been doing, 20-minute presentation, 10-minute questions. Hello, Carrie, Disha, Simone, Roy. You'll have to press the button on your mic, and you gotta get a little up close and personal with it.
This button?
Yes.
All right. Well, I wanted to first start by thanking all of you, the commissioners, county manager, Dr. Sowell, and all the county staff for the intense support that you've offered this museum, not just in the years that I've been here, which is almost 3 years now, kind of hard to believe, but indeed since the museum opened. So we want to start by introducing the team I have with me today. It's an amazing team. Our newest member, Simone Guthrie, is our new VP for Marketing. And we've got with us Disha Jawan, who has recently been promoted to be our VP for Advancement. And I have with me somebody who I believe may not need an intro, Roy Griffiths, who has been designing exhibitions at the museum for 30 years now. I mean, a moment of applause and pause. He doesn't like that very much, but it's well deserved. So today we just wanted to give you a little bit of update on closing out the previous bond projects and give you a little bit of a taste of where we are to date on the most recent bond, which we're very excited to kick off. Now, do I have the ability to forward this? Well, let me do it then. We're then going to let you know just a little bit of our recent accomplishments. We want to spend a bit of time talking about our community engagement and a little peek at where we're going in the future. And of course, along the way, any questions you have, we're really excited to be here and share with you where we are. So we have completed all of our 2016 bond projects. As you'll remember, those were infrastructure upgrades, increasing some of our operational resources, and of course, expanding on our play-based learning ethos. I hope all of you have had a chance to come out and experience these firsthand or have something on the calendar to do so. We've got our Studio Earth, which is an outdoor classroom supporting our Earth Moves exhibit. A parking deck allowed us to take our guests' cars from out of the surrounding neighborhoods and bring them onto campus. That's worked very well for us. We've got an association, International Architectural American Association. That woodland classroom situation got a lot of awards. And finally, the final project for the 2016 bond, I believe, was our animal quarantine building. And that allows us to comply with our requirements as an accredited zoo, and of course to welcome some of the animals that we enjoy bringing onto our campus. In addition, we were able to complete a major lobby upgrade, our welcome hall, which I want to point out that thanks to the support of the county, we leveraged that support. We went further there, and we were able to bring in $1.25 million in additional funding to support the projects that you invested in to start. Of course, those also helped us to finish out all of these bond projects, which I don't need to tell you, but I'll remind you that those projects were all budgeted for and committed to long before COVID. And so we were able to complete all those projects through those fundraising efforts as originally planned. And we're incredibly proud of that. Those costs went up in the range of 30% across the board. We have a new warehouse. Play to Learn is a huge hit with the under 5 crowd, and Explore the Wild allows our visitors to get out a lot closer to our urban wetlands on campus. I called Roy out because his team is exceptional, and the whole community here should be aware of the amazing work that's done at the Museum of Life and Science year in and year out. We were just awarded 2 major international design awards for 2 of the projects that we completed thanks to bond dollars. So we were awarded a silver for Earth Moves in Cultural and Architectural Design for a Science Center. Again, that is an international award, and our exhibits go up against any exhibits at any museum anywhere in the world. I'd like to point out that those designs also go up against some of the most major exhibition design companies working today. And we have our design team in-house. So these exhibits are designed for our guests, for our community, designed for our campus to enhance the experience that we already have. And we are privileged to have the team working on them that we do have. Our bronze medal was awarded for Play to Learn, which, as you'll know, essentially tripled the amount of space that we're offering to early childhood learners at the museum. I think you'll see a little bit later the numbers coming in and taking advantage of our free under 3 program admissions effort has gone through the roof in recent years. All right, let's get on here. So a little look at what's coming up through the 2022 bond projects. As you'll recall, we're really looking at expanding our infrastructure to support our growing visitorship. We've got a cafe coming up. We're improving our meeting space on campus, taking on a couple of exhibitions that really need some enhancement and some upgrading. And we've got a lot of sustainability efforts that we're leaning into as well, putting on photovoltaic arrays and looking at enhancing our dark sky compliant lighting. We are well underway in developing our cafe, specifically looking at giving more four-season seating available for our guests. But one of the things that we're most excited, or at least I am, Roy, are you most excited too? Great. We're pursuing the Living Building Challenge, which is the gold standard in executing building from a climate, from a sustainability perspective across the world. And we're looking to be certified. And in the process, we're bringing in a lot of our vendors, a lot of the folks that we work with locally, and we're really looking for this building to be an example for our community so that more people are building in this sustainable method. And of course, our being a learning environment, we look forward to sharing all the learnings that come out of this building project. We've got our climate and sustainability exhibit growth underway. We've actually opened our mini climate exhibit, which is a new way that we're approaching exhibit design. And again, I want to say, for somebody who's been doing this work for 30 years, it never ceases to amaze me the level of innovation and openness to change and process that Roy and his team bring. So this climate and sustainability exhibit is actually being designed in the moment. We're opening up the design process to our community, and so we're inviting the public to come in to weigh in on the exhibits as we design them. That's something we would normally do for 2 or 3 years behind the scenes. We'd get it perfect, and then we'd roll it out. We're kind of leaning into a topic that is critical, that's it's resonating with our visitors right now, and so we want to explore that with them right now. Secondly, we're working on our biotechnology exhibit. You know, as an educational institution sitting here in the Research Triangle, we're really looking forward to bringing all that this community has to offer in terms of the scientific and technological advancements that are taking place on a regular basis. We are in the process of building that exhibit, working with a lot of local resources, local teams to help us with that. That'll be on the second floor. Just to give you a little bit of a review over the last year, it was a record-breaking year for attendance, 580,000 visitors. That's up 80,000 from the previous year. We try to be as accessible as we can be, and we're looking for more ways to do that. But in the meantime, we continue to offer those 22 community days. We welcome in our Durham Public Schools field trips for free. We welcome in educators, and I mentioned that we are free for those under 3. And with our new Play to Learn space, we're really serving the community excessively in this way. What was our number on that, Disha? Number of free under 3 this year? We'll bring it back. Additionally, we've got over 1,000 Ignite households, Ignite membership households. To remind you, these are the memberships that we offer to families that are identified through our community partners. Those are $5 memberships. You can see they led to 14,000 visits. So those members are visiting the museum 14 times a year on average. The people who need to engage at the museum are being given access. And then, of course, we've got our camps, we've got our school programs, and we do a lot of programming for the community. This past weekend, we just had our Black Excellence in Science on Sunday. We welcomed everybody in. All right. Again, from a community engagement perspective, really wanted to give you some more visibility to that. 20 Ignite Learning Partners. We'll get to a slide that will show you the names of some of who those folks are. But in addition, we've been working with NASA. We've been given a NASA grant for sparking interest. We're raising interest in STEM education among Spanish-speaking families. We have been engaging extensively in climate communications with our communities, and of course, we are always looking for more ways to lean in and support our colleagues at Durham Public Schools. This is just, I think, an impressive slide that shows you just how deep our relationships go across the community in terms of identifying those families that can best benefit from membership level, access level memberships. The Durham Children's Initiative just brought a group over to experience our Black Science and Excellence yesterday. We're always looking for more ways to develop further programming in addition to offering memberships for this group. We talked about that. This NASA grant allowed us most recently to bring 54 Spanish-speaking Durhamites up to NASA Langley. That research center is only open to the public once every 5 years, and through this NASA grant, we're partnering with El Centro Hispano and El Futuro to help create programs and programming with those communities that will in turn be a model for organizations serving Spanish-speaking communities across the country. The importance of the work we're doing there is underlined by the fact that NASA Deputy Administrator Dr. Pamela Melroy came down and visited the museum with Representative Fushi this year. So we're top of mind for our friends at NASA. Again, leadership in climate. We've got our third North Carolina-wide Youth Climate Summit coming up this month. Mayor Leonardo is coming to welcome them, as is Reed Wilson from the state. This program is growing every year. We're excited to make it a beacon for kids, youth. These are high school students from across the state who come and explore what's happening from a climatary perspective with university level lectures. They are developing plans that they then bring home to their home communities. We're also working with Central Pines Regional Council in developing our climate action plan for the region. We welcomed members of the community just last week. It was the largest of 4 community engagement conversations that were put together, and we're looking forward to supporting them and working with them to develop this EPA-funded plan. And then finally, the exhibition that I was talking about. 2 programs I thought I'd highlight from Durham Public Schools are first our Sparks After School program, which is a partnership with BioCryst Pharmaceuticals. So it's a public-private partnership in which members of the team at BioCryst are actually trained by our educators and commit to working with Brogdon middle schoolers for a whole year. It's a mentorship program. It's free for students. And it's a wonderful partnership for us with local community businesses, and we're looking to expand that program as well. Another program we're working on with DPS came out of a huge success last year. Museum educators were brought into 5th grade science classrooms once a week. They were teaching science on Wednesdays for 3 classes. In those classrooms, the end of grade science proficiency grew anywhere from 8% to 38%, depending on the classroom. And that's compared to growth of 3% for the rest of DPS or 2% growth North Carolina-wide. So we're expanding that program this year. Museum educators are going to be coming into 5 5th grade classes now across DPS, and we're very excited about the outcomes for that program. A little bit of insight about where we're heading. Ironically, maybe, I don't know, maybe this was planned. We came up after transportation. We are really interested in advocating for public transportation to the Museum of Life and Science. This community invests in this resource. It is a phenomenal educational resource. It's an educational resource that can have an outsized impact on the communities that need it most, and those communities are often those taking public transportation. It takes from downtown Durham, somebody can arrive at 0.1 miles from Marbles Children's Museum or Natural Sciences Museum in downtown Raleigh. From downtown Durham, a family could get on a bus and only be let off 0.5 miles or 0.7 miles from the Museum of Life and Science. It's an opportunity for us to create accessibility for a broader swath of our community. We're also looking at additional ways to expand our accessibility. We're looking at partnership programs that are national from a museum perspective, and hope to have some news for you on that in the coming months. As I mentioned, we're looking at improving our dark sky compliant outdoor lighting. We feel like that will allow us to potentially expand accessibility through changing our hours and offering maybe hours that get into the evening after work for some folks. And of course, we're looking at expanding our teen and adult programming at the museum as well. While we're deeply grateful for the county's financial support, we are also not resting on that laurel. We have invested in Deisha and her team. We've got an amazing development team in place, and we're looking at growing those efforts. We're stewarding donors. We're really seeking grant support in an outsized way. I think our grant dollars have grown by 30% this year. We're also, as always, looking at ways to ensure that we can increase our earned income for the museum. And then you may have heard that through support of Mike Woodard at the state level, we did receive $1 million state appropriation to help us keep the roof working at the Butterfly House. That Butterfly House is almost 25 years old. So, and then in addition, from a future focus perspective, this handy little graph just demonstrates the yellow bars are showing you where our development is of our current campus. And you'll see we've got about 5% left of our campus to develop. We're hitting capacity there. And you can see Museum of Life and Science's growth trajectory has really been a combination of Durham County's growth and Wake County's growth over the year. And with that projection, we really want to ensure that we're able to continue to support our growing and diversifying community. And so we're going to be exploring, we're heading into a strategic planning process. So we're going to be thinking about what are some of the ways that we can continue to grow despite our landlocked 84-acre campus that we've got there. So just a little visibility for you on kind of where we are as an institution. And just to leave you with the thought of the day, which is deep gratitude to the county, to all of you for supporting the museum over the years, and to open it up for any comments or questions you might have for us. We'd appreciate your input.
Thank you so much, Carrie, for this presentation. So great to see y'all, Roy, Disha, Simone. I'm a huge supporter of the museum outside of even the commission, just personally for a family. Love that we have this community resource. Probably been there almost like every other weekend for the past couple of months because of that play and learn space. It's so convenient and safe for the little one. So thank you to that. Also just wanted to, before I pass it off to any questions, you guys, condolences. I know I follow your social media very closely. I know you've had a couple of passings on the animal team, so condolences for Gus and Miss Piggy. I'm going to miss seeing them also, but glad that we have Murray joining the family. He's very sweet to see playing in the new enclosure. I didn't have any questions. I think this is amazing. I'm just really excited to see how y'all implement the new bond and create more spaces, because I think even as a member, I haven't even explored every single part of the museum. I feel like I'm seeing a new exhibit every single time. So this is going to be really great to see how you guys use the new bond funding. Vice Chair Burns?
Well, one, I can't go every weekend like Commissioner Lum because my niece actually believes that really big spider is real, and I haven't burst the bubble yet. So it's going to come a day where I'm going to come a calling, and I'm going to need y'all to just make up a spider because she actually thinks that it's real from a photo and wants to see it. But if y'all have a phone number for Harry Potter, I'd appreciate it. But I do want to highlight just a couple of things really quickly because y'all are last and then y'all can run. One, of course, we're going to give like a big shout out to Roy for all he's done. But Carrie, we kind of got to give you one too. Like I remember when I was on the interview team, I was newly elected, but I don't think y'all, I want to just highlight for the public and everybody else, that 580,000 visitation rate that's up 80,000, that really has a lot to do with you just being very open. I can remember, after the first couple of meetings, I think when you and I had our first one-on-one, I mean, it's Black History Month, so I'm going to be black. Like, she was the first person to invite the chancellor from NCCU to the museum. That makes absolutely no sense to me that we brought somebody in from the outside and she was the first person to say, what do you mean you haven't been to this museum? What do you mean nobody's ever invited you there? And so she came in here with this really culturally competent lens. And when Javanya elevated to you, yes, it's one of those, this museum is open to all families. Well, there are some teachers who never brought their kids to the museum, didn't even know that access was possible. And when we say, okay, if we do a full court press, so look what happened. These $5 memberships, you're right, it's only 1,000, 14,000 visits. If you give people access, they will come. And I was on I had to do a bunch of different churches, but my sister and two of my nieces, they were at the Black Excellence event. It was amazing. Like, I literally got there at the end. And so just thank you for all that culturally competent work. I have a million other questions, but since you have a captive audience, I just want you to speak to two things. Number one, you and I both know what bill I'm talking about at the General Assembly, where there's another children's museum that is trying to position themselves as the children's museum of choice in the state of North Carolina. No, it is not marbles. And it's not us, but it should be us. And how do you want us to help you engage and move the needle at the General Assembly so that you all are not pushed? I'll say it's the Kids Zone in Chapel Hill, which is nowhere near as big as our museum, has nowhere near as much work and in programs and animals. Just it's not our museum. So they're trying to position themselves as a museum of choice. Carrie needs our help because they're going after a big chunk of money, and I personally think we're in a better position to get it. So that's one. And then number two, and I bring that up because I do remember that $1 million that Mike Woodard went out and got for us. We went to a bunch of people in the delegation, but that's who went and got it. And then I guess the second part of that, I'll let you do that one, and then if we have time, I'll come back to it. But that's the one I want you to kind of elevate here, how we can be more supportive because you've been a good steward of our money. I believe in my heart you're going to be a great steward of state money, and how can we help you position yourself to get access to it?
Well, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Burns, and thank you for your service on the board. We're still exploring exactly the way we want to approach the Kids Zoo effort to become the state children's museum. My understanding is that they are not looking for the dollars to support. They're not looking to operationally be the state children's museum. In other words, they would not come up under read or report in. They're looking for a designation in the same way there's a designation as a theater. I actually have an invitation out to the Kids Zoo executive director to come over the museum and walk and talk and offer them the opportunity to share a little bit more. But what I would encourage everyone to do who maybe hasn't is to just look at the statement that is on the Kids Zoo website in terms of their stating where they're looking to go. And their North Star sounds a lot like the Museum of Life and Science, and I believe that, as a community, we should invest our dollars appropriately for the community so that more can go to programming, less to overhead. So I'm interested in being a partner with them to understand how we can we can ensure we're serving the broadest amount of the community without doubling down on dollars that are redundant.
Gotcha. So no, that's helpful, and that's a really political way to say that. That's why they pay you the big bucks. And so I do want to throw out there this one last thing, because you did say something about the bus stop, and I'm trying to think about where that closest bus stop is at the top of the hill where you can't go down. I hate Ellen's not here, so any direction that you can give us on that one, because adding additional bus stops, like we kind of already have tracked the improvements we're gonna make. I don't know. I can't speak for Ellen because she's not here, but I actually think it's closer because the Chapel Hill Durham Express, if I'm not mistaken, is actually a block closer than what you think it is. So it is less than 0.7 miles if somebody from downtown Durham wanted to get to that one. So how is it that we're making it's a lot easier to get there than elsewhere? And my last thing on access, since you've been there, I can remember there was a time, and I think I told you this, people would have parties at the museum, and then they kind of locked a lot of that down. And then under your leadership, I just want to say thank you publicly for opening up the museum to nonprofits, no matter what size. A lot of y'all don't know this. The Durham Success Summit, which we gave funding to, they did a fundraiser there. Equity Before Birth, which is ran by Joy. I'm Joy Spencer. Joy Spencer, thank you. Had their fundraiser.
That's a
there.
party. They
Yeah,
threw a party.
and then you did a fashion show for Mark Taylor Designs, and I don't know if a lot of y'all know that. Based on the photos he got there, he's now presenting at Fashion Week next week. We do not have a lot of really great fancy spaces that open up their doors to small and medium-sized black entrepreneurs and nonprofits, and you have had absolutely no problem opening up your doors and letting folks raise money in there and also highlight the good work that they're doing. So I just want to publicly say thank you for that, because that is not something that Durham has been used to before you got here, and I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. It's our pleasure.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burns. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much for this report. It's really great, similar to Durham Tech, for us to be able to get this check-in with you all and see how the bond money is being used, and so that the public can see that you are being great stewards of that money and making really great investments. And congratulations on the well-deserved awards that you have gotten. I'm really thrilled to see, the performance metrics that the outcomes and the data that you're sharing with us. It is fantastic. So related to the under 3 population, a lot of, again, alignment with what you all are doing with our goals and values and priorities, around, our early childhood action plan and supporting early childhood and all of that. So I was wondering, do you know that what the participation is like, for instance, or what, if you could tell us more about the relationship with like Durham pre-K providers and early Head Start and just kind of the child care centers that we have in Durham, because
Sure.
That's of course for 4-year-olds. The Durham pre-K is 4-year-olds.
Right. And Early Head Start is one of our Ignite partners. And so in addition to offering those memberships, we do we've been developing programming, I think it's on a quarterly basis, for our Ignite members to bring groups of those families together, because what we find is I call it the Thomas Crown effect, where people think, oh, I can't bring this 2-year-old. It's a glamorous museum, and no, you should bring your 2-year-old. It's made for your 2-year-old. So our Ignite community partners are critical in bringing those families in and giving them access and giving them visibility to the fact that that museum is a place they belong and their young child belongs. So we're doing that. We provide, as soon as Universal Pre-K went into effect, we extended the same free field trip accessibility to those groups as we did with Durham Public Schools. And we've been actively working to help even before we opened Play to Learn, we were offering to do, we shared signage about how to register for Durham pre-K, and we have been speaking with Durham Public Schools about supporting us putting a full-time facilitator in that space to help with that. Is that answering your question about
Yeah,
pre-K?
I just, I think it's important that we keep maintaining those relationships, and especially as new providers come into Durham pre-K, and I just want to I think that's a great way for us to really connect, across systems.
Sure.
And yeah.
Commissioner Jacobs, you also mentioned the Early Childhood Action Plan, and I do not believe the museum in the past was sitting in that group, and so that would be something that we would love to have somebody represent the museum in those discussions. We want to be wherever there's discussion going on about education, most particularly early childhood education. We'd love to be at the table to support.
And we have a new early childhood coordinator. So, if Madam Manager, if we could make sure that the early childhood coordinator gets the connection. Because I was also wondering about the Ignite referrals, how many are coming from Durham County social workers, folks in cooperative extension who are working with families, public health staff who are working with families, and even our immigrant and refugee coordinator. I just think there could be a really good pipeline.
Yes. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many are coming through those channels, but we can certainly look into it, and we can follow up with you on that.
Okay, great. I looked up the Living Building Challenge. That is the coolest thing.
Right?
Yes. Like, you all can now be setting an example for us, because we do like the LEAD and all of that, but that is just even, so here you are setting the bar for everybody. Do you, in terms of revenues, and I hear what you're saying, you guys need other sources of revenues, do you feel like the cafe will be a potential, I don't know how you guys have thought about the cafe, but even, and I went to, you guys had a holiday thing, the adult programming, like, just, I don't know, is there a potential for that to be a good revenue source?
Well, it is already a good revenue source. In the last year, we did add a beer and wine garden at the museum, and so people have been availing themselves of that, and with little to no disturbance that we've identified. I think having seating that is more amenable to people all year round, so when it gets very cold and when it's very hot, will probably lead to more sales at the cafe.
We're envisioning projections over the growth of the 5 years after which we open to almost double.
Fantastic. And I also just want to throw, I really love your focus now also on youth and teens, and I just want to mention we have a Durham City County Office on Youth to connect with them on that. Laura Khalil is the director of that, and they have another opportunity for connections. And to also suggest that you do follow up with Ellen Beckman, our transportation director, because one of the things that was in our new transit program that we just looked at, and I didn't ask about this today, but there was a new on-demand service for Durham, and it had education listed on there. One of the purposes was education. So, and this is to pay for Lyft rides. So, is there an opportunity that for certain parents who maybe meet some of these eligibility could, get a free Uber or Lyft ride for them and their children to the museum? So that's something that I suggest you talk to Ellen about. This is a new program for the work plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Carter, then Commissioner Howerton.
Well, thanks for the fun and fascinating presentation. I can honestly say that I think that you all are doing the best job with sort of community outreach and all of the different ways in which you're trying to increase accessibility to the opportunities that the museum provides. It's the best outreach and effort I've seen since I've been a commissioner, and I really, really appreciate that very much. You know, it is publicly funded, as you say, and should be accessible, and really think you all believe in that and are making it happen, so thanks. And I love everything you're doing around the climate and sustainability and the living building, you know, setting the bar higher for us all. And your future focus. I mean, you clearly are visionaries, and you love science, and you love people, and you love making it happen. And thank you so much. We're proud. We're proud to be part of a community that has you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Thank you.
So, hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's absolutely fabulous. There's one question I have, the Ignite program. I'm glad to hear that that's still in operation. What I didn't hear, and you probably said it, what's the percentage of kids that are showing up? Do you have a number of young people that's using that program?
The number of the total people at the museum?
For the Ignite program.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the Ignite program, I think we said we had 14,000 family visits through our Ignite membership. So that's 14,000 visits out of 580,000 visits.
Wow.
That doesn't include Durham County Days. I mean, there are a lot of other accessibility programs that we have in place, but for that one particular, the measure that I will say that we are trying to live up to for Ignite memberships is we had set the goal of having our Ignite memberships at about 10% of our total memberships. The challenge has been our memberships have grown. We're now at nearly 17,000 member households within the community, and so we should be at 1.7. So we should be at 1,700 Ignite households, and we're working with our partners, again, putting in place these quarterly program visits where our Ignite partners can come in and demonstrate to the people that they serve that this is a resource that they should avail themselves of.
Okay.
So we're working with those partners to try to raise the number of families taking advantage of those. We're also looking at expanding our partnerships in order to identify more families to bring into the fold. But we're running slightly behind on that because our memberships have grown so much recently.
Thank you for that. Thank you again for all the work that you do, all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howerton.
Thank you all so much once again. I appreciate all of your work in Durham, and I can't wait for my next visit. I'll see you all again.
We'll see you there. Thanks, Commissioner Alam.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of our discussion items. We do have two closed session items under the same general statute, so I'll read. The board is requested to adjourn into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to General Statute 143-318.11A3. And again, that's for two items.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Commissioner Carter. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We have met in closed session, and we've given direction to staff. With that, that brings us to the end of our work session, so we are adjourned.